Good evening, everybody. How you doing? Welcome back to the Jodi train. We are going to be continuing our footage with Jodi today. She's had her little conversation with Detective Flores, who flew up from Maricopa County all the way to Siskiyou County in Northern California, right there on the Oregon border. She's had her mugshot taken. Let's go to that for a moment. She's basically said, I wasn't there, I wasn't there, I wasn't there. Detective Flores tells Jodi that, listen, we have your DNA. We have your handprint at his house, in blood. Your handprint in blood of yours and his together. Mixed. We have your hair that's there. The hair is there. It's covered in blood. It's stuck to the wall. Plus, you took a load of pictures of your asshole. And we have those with the timestamps. So you were there, your asshole was there, and we know you were there. And she pretty much stayed with that right until she was taken away to the county jail where they dressed her up in this nice orange. What do you think is better? I guess it depends on the woman, but for a female prisoner, orange prison garb or purple like Donna? I imagine we'll have mixed. Some people will like orange, some people will prefer the purple. I think Jodi ultimately looks best in the black and white stripes when she's in Maricopa County. Do we have a picture of that? Jodi Arias in black and white stripes. Yeah. I mean, this is an amazing picture right here. I want to bring it up, not just for the clothes, but the expression on her face. I mean, look at this one. This is the most, where is it? There. It's just so encapsulating of her. I don't even know what to call it. I mean, it's chilling. And it's even more chilling if you know the context of this picture being taken, right? She's up there basically pleading with the judge, spare my life, or no, I think actually at this point she's pleading to be granted the possibility for parole, extended supervision at some point in the future, which if she'd have got it would have probably been 25 years, and with time served she would have been out of prison, you know, in her early 50s, probably 52, 53 years old. Can you imagine that? Which would be coming up. I mean, she's 45 now, so within the next 7 years, she could just be like loose, wandering around America. I mean, how weird would it be? I mean, even non-true crime people remember this case and remember her because she had that thing of just getting attention, right? That's what she does. And the news media, the podcast, the written media, they all loved it as well because it's a salacious case, you know, sex sells papers. That's just the bottom line. So she's extraordinarily well known. Probably just as much as a Chris Watts. I mean, that was another one where everybody, not just courtroom fanatics knew about the case. What's another one? Casey Anthony, not so much, I think. Amanda Knox, that was very in the public eye. But yeah, I was just saying about the context of this picture here, this photograph. She's up there, she's pleading with the judge, and behind her in the gallery, a baby starts crying. Right? And it interrupts Jodi's speech. And she's turning around here with this utter venom at a baby. Right? And I think she probably thought that someone is making the baby cry on purpose because, you know, normally you can't be mad at a baby, but Jodi has found a way to be mad at a baby and to threaten that baby just with her eyes, just with her glare. Look at that glare. But it's also star quality. I tell you, man, she's got it. She's got something way, way more than we usually see when we're looking at these wackos, whack jobs. You know, you think Chris Watts has got the slightest ounce of charisma? No. He's got about as much charisma as a baby rhinoceros trying to take a shit and having problems, you know? That's what Chris Watts reminds me of. Anyway, so she went away. Jodi finished her interview with Detective Flores. He basically said, I can't help you if you're not going to help yourself. She was taken away to be booked into the local jail. And the next day, before Detective Flores goes back, she's brought in again. But first of all, they think, well, maybe Jodi would open up more if a woman came in and acted sympathetic and spoke about the bad men in her life. So they try that, and we're going to probably do a quick breeze through. The whole second day of interviews is about 6 hours long. I've split it into 2 sections because when the woman isn't getting anywhere, when the woman cop isn't getting anywhere with Jodi, she starts to say, would you feel better if I brought back in Detective Flores and you could speak to him? And she's like, yeah, actually, I do like that better. Because my bet is that Jodi doesn't really like women at all, you know. Because she doesn't feel like she thinks her whole power depends on this sexual magnetism thing. And so why would she waste her time talking to a woman? I believe that would be her thinking. Let's go to the comments. Where are the comments? Welcome, David. Welcome back. And welcome back, Patricia Burns. Amy, how you doing? Good to see you. Acapella. Acapella had a great tagline for the restaurant. The side bar. What was it? Sidebar. Where more than justice is served. I've already given that pride of place on the menu, Acapella. That's the actual tagline underneath the title of the bar, the name of the bar. Well done. That was fantastic. Development work is going well on the menu. So well, it looks so good and so professional that I think we're probably going to have a team of angel investors come forward, approach True Crime Metrix, and listen, we want to turn your fantasy into a real life dream, a real life thing. We're purchasing a bar. It's going to be great. So let's proceed with our video. You see, the thing about Jodi is, I don't know if there's ever been a more interesting subject to watch just sit in a room on her own and just look at the way she moves, try and think what's going on inside her brain, observe her peculiar, strange, quirky behavior. She's fascinating. You know, what was the most recent case we did? Chandler Halderson. They left him in the room for at least 20 minutes. And he was just a fucking sack of shit. Jodi's really, really interesting.
Just remember.
Oh my God, she's... What is this song? Someone identify this song. The Rose, is that what it's called? California Amy. By who? Bette Midler. Yeah, it's actually by Amanda McBroom, but Bette Midler made the song famous when she recorded it for her 1979 film, The Rose. What was that? What was that? Let's go back. I didn't have time to upload this video, and when I play it locally from the computer, it's really hard to rewind like 2 seconds, so I'm not going to bother. What do you think? Do you think she had a good sleep? Or do you think she like stayed awake all night thinking, shit, what am I going to do? It's hard to know with Jodi. But you know, that she would have had breakfast and she would have been strip searched. That's fun. Fingerprinted, I guess she's never had that done before, and of course the mugshot. Yeah, serious situation, right?
All right. If you want to go ahead and stand up for me, as I take these cuffs off, just go ahead and put your hands down at the waist, okay? These, especially these types of cuffs, aren't the most comfortable.
I don't think they're really designed for comfort.
Nope, they're not. Okay. You're not going to give us any problems being out of the cuffs.
No.
really don't look like the types that would.
I think it would really be to my benefit anyway.
Yeah. Well, let's look at the crime scene photographs of how she left Travis. Are you gonna give us any trouble? Imagine if she just shanked both of them right now with some improvised prison tool. I mean, what if Detective Flores said, I'm going to go to Cancun and I'm taking this woman cop with me and you don't get to come? Then we would leave the cuffs on, am I right?
Okay. Today's date is July 16th, and my name is Detective Rachel Blaney, and I'm here with Jodi Arias. Is that how you say your last name? Arias. Okay, I'm sorry. This is just formality, and this is, you know, if I have to, you know, write up a report of what we talked about, at least I know word for word, you know, what you said, and there's no mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's for your own protection or good that
Right.
we record it. And before we go any further, I need to read your Miranda rights again, just to make sure that you understand. You have the right to remain silent. Do you understand?
Yes.
Anything you say may be used against you in court. Do you understand?
Yes.
You have the right to the presence of an attorney before and during any questioning. Do you understand?
Yes.
If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you free of charge before any questioning if you want. Do you understand that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The reason that I wanted to talk with you this morning, there's a couple of reasons actually. I have been privy to the investigation and all of the evidence in this case, and to your conversation with Detective Flores yesterday. And there's really no, let me say this, it's obvious to me that, you know, you're not our typical suspect. You know, you come from a good home, a good family. Your parents obviously care about you. That was evident, you know, when they talked to him yesterday. And you're a bright girl. Probably more intelligent than you were letting on yesterday. And there's no question.
That's a nice backhanded way to say, yeah, yesterday with all your stupid lies, you sounded like a fucking moron. Probably more intelligent than you were letting on yesterday.
In my mind, or any of the other investigators' mind, that you were the person.
You see, this is what some detectives do, isn't it? They come up with ways to both elevate and demean in the same sentence.
That,
you know, from Jodi's perspective, it's clear that the detective says, you seem intelligent. And that's a good feeling for Jodi, right? It's a compliment. You seem intelligent. More intelligent than you were letting off yesterday. So now when Jodi thinks about her stance yesterday, she doesn't feel good. But she wants to feel good. So she wants to be intelligent today. I.e., not like yesterday. Thank you so much, GSD's dog mom. I appreciate you too. Thank you. Oh, by the way, we should do a poll on a medical question I have. Hang on. Well, I'll play it.
took Travis's life. But what I need to know, or what I'd like to know, and give you the opportunity to do is determine whether, you're a cold-blooded, cold-hearted murderer who slaughtered this guy, or are you somebody that got caught up in circumstances and things got out of control? Because I think that is what happened, honestly, in looking at everything and all of the facts and in talking to people. I think in every person that anybody could be capable of harming another person. I think it's in our nature, and generally most people suppress that. But I think given the right circumstances and the right time and the right place, anybody could be capable of harming another person. I see that on a regular basis. What I generally see are the cold-hearted, ruthless types. What I don't see very often, Jodi, are people like yourself that are intelligent and spiritual and caring, and so I tend to believe that it was an incident of circumstance, if you will. It looks as if this guy Travis befriended you, you got into this relationship, and it certainly looks to me like he took advantage of your generosity and your kindness. One of the other detectives had described him to you as a player. And I don't think that that's very far off from everything that I've seen. And I don't think there's a woman out there that hasn't been treated badly or taken advantage of by a man like that. And I'm hoping, because you come from a good family and because you have a decent background, I'm hoping that you'll be smart about things and make some choices for yourself to help better your situation. When this hits the news, and it'll go to the media, do you want to be portrayed as that cold-blooded, cold-hearted murderer? Because the media loves that. That's not, that won't be our words or their words when they do a press release, but that's what, the media will take a look at the facts and that's what they'll portray it as. Or do you want to be portrayed as a person that didn't mean to have any of this happen? It just got out of hand and you're remorseful.
Okay, so you guys can... Uh-oh. You guys can help us with this poll. This is not to do with the case. This is a medical question. And the question is, can you take paracetamol and ibuprofen at the same time? All right? Because I already had some paracetamol. But now I'm thinking I really need the Supermax ibuprofen to deal with this agony, But I don't know the rules, and I haven't had time to look it up. So all of you medical personnel, let us know in the comments.
Which way do you want to go? How do you want to portray
Or on the
yourself?
poll.
You're a businesswoman, is that correct? Okay.
A businesswoman. I like how she didn't answer. You're a businesswoman, is that correct? What does that mean? I went to one of these business briefings once with Ryan Burns. Then we had plans to go to the business ball and business banquet. This is not a businesswoman in front of you, lady, okay? Let's get that out of your head right now.
And you have a couple of different businesses going, right? So you're a smart girl, Jodi. Smart woman. You gotta have a lot on the ball to be, your own businesswoman and balancing everything the way you do, because it sounds like you got a lot going on and a lot of juggling and balancing. You're obviously very organized, well-read.
I would say well-read, but not organized.
Not organized? Why so?
I procrastinate, so papers pile up and things don't get filed on time, and I lose stuff, and then I find it later when I don't need it anymore. You know, when I do need it, I can't find it. So
Okay.
just general stuff like that.
Well, maybe you're not as organized as I had thought. It's certainly
I
human.
try. I mean, I go through these periods where it's like today is devoted to organization, and then I'll get organized, and it'll be that way for a little while, and I'll kind of let it slide, and then I'll have to go back and clean up again.
All right.
I gotta hear that again. What did she say? She's gonna let what slide?
This hits the news, and it will. It'll go to the media. Do you want to be portrayed as that cold-blooded, cold-hearted murderer? Because the media loves that. That's not, that won't be our words or their words when they do a press release, but that's what, the media will take a look at the facts and that's what they'll portray it as. Or do you want to be portrayed as a person that didn't mean to have any of this happen? It just got out of hand and you're remorseful. Which way do you want to go? How do you want to portray yourself? You're a businesswoman, is that correct? Okay. And you have a couple of different businesses going, right? So you're a smart girl, Jodi. Smart woman. You gotta have a lot on the ball to be, your own businesswoman and balancing everything the way you do, because it sounds like you got a lot going on and a lot of juggling and balancing. You're obviously very organized, well-read.
I would say well-read, but not organized.
Not organized? Why so?
Oh.
I procrastinate, so papers pile up and things don't get filed on time, and
Well read. Jodi, you read The Secret and what was it? The Road Less Traveled. And probably without knowing the obvious reference to Robert Frost.
I lose stuff, and then I find it later when I don't need it anymore. When I do need it, I can't find it. So
Okay.
just general stuff like that.
Well, maybe you're not as organized as I had thought. It's certainly
I
human.
try. I mean, I go through these periods where it's like today is devoted to organization, and then I'll get organized, and it'll be that way for a little while, and I'll kind of let it slide, and then I'll have to go back and clean up again.
All right. So,
Well, that's good for you, Jodi. Now all you have to organise is whatever you can fit into your 8x6 or whatever, 10x8.
I think that, the reason you're here is I think that you should have just at least one more shot at, the opportunity to do the right thing. You say that you're spiritual, or those are my words, not yours, but that's certainly what I got out of, reading everything and looking at everything, that, you have a
Yeah, Jodi's
relationship
done with this woman.
with God.
Cops really need to spend more time assessing what they're dealing with here. This woman, they're thinking maybe that this older woman, older to Jodi at least, can come in and bond woman to woman. Oh, I see you and I see your potential. Like, please, Jodi is going to laugh you out of the room. You're nothing to her. Waste of time, total waste of time putting this cop in there. And they would know that if they spent the time recognizing what exactly is that they're dealing with here. What tactic would have worked? What would I have done? I would have... That's a good question. One that I can't think of an answer to in an appropriate pause the video time frame. So we're going to continue.
Or, some sort of deep spirituality, and so did Travis. And it sounds like, you cared about what Travis's family thought of him, maybe what they thought of you. I don't know whether you ever met them.
I met his grandmother
Okay.
many times.
Were they good people?
Mhm. And I didn't meet his family at his services, but I saw some of his sisters, and he talked about them a lot. And he talked about how proud he was of all of his brothers and sisters, because they come from a rough background, but they've all done really well.
Mm-hmm. I would imagine that keeping all of this in, I can only imagine because I've never been there myself, but I can only imagine that keeping all of this in is just tearing you apart inside. It's not hard to tell that, you have portrayed yourself as being very strong, but you can see it in your eyes, Jodi.
It's not like, it's not that I'm my dad said that Detective Flores told him that I was just cold yesterday. And it's not that I'm cold, I'm just resolute. And it's not that I haven't cried, it's all I've done for the last month.
Mm-hmm.
And I've got to go to work part-time, and at my job I need to be a happy, cheery person. So I've got to suppress all of that and put on an act while I'm on the clock.
Mm-hmm.
And if I'm going to get any more clients for my business, I've got to be an attractive person in my personality. So it's not like I haven't been grieving him since I heard about him.
Mm-hmm. Well, you have an image. I understand that. You have an image to uphold, and you have to portray, that you're a together, savvy woman, not somebody who's fallen apart. So that's understandable.
Yeah, of course, Bethany. Prepaid legal, or legal shield as it now, or at least at the time of the trial it was called that, is a obvious emperor's new clothes, made of nothing, is nothing. It's just a promise, and, terrible business.
Understandable.
But fall apart when you aren't looking, and when it's at night and I go to sleep. Travis always used to call me, not always, but very frequently. So that's the hardest part, is when I go to sleep at night, and if he wasn't calling, then I'd just call him, and sometimes I would just call anyway to just hear his voicemail.
So let me go back to, the choices that you have, because again, there's no doubt in anybody's mind what happened that day. There's no doubt that you were involved that day that Travis died.
Listen, I know that I wasn't involved in Travis's death.
Okay.
And
But what you need to decide is, do you want to be portrayed as that cold-blooded killer?
oh, that's what I was getting at.
Or do you want to be portrayed as somebody that was taken advantage of, and one thing led to another? You thought your relationship was headed in one direction and it wasn't, or I don't know exactly the circumstances because I wasn't there, but I would certainly think that it's to your benefit to appear as this is something that just happened. You didn't plan it. It was it was a heated moment, and you didn't mean to hurt him, because you didn't mean to hurt him, did you?
I've hurt him very much emotionally, and I never meant to hurt him.
Okay.
He said that
So,
I hurt him more than the death of his father.
And I believe that.
Yeah, we all believe that, Jodi. So Legal Shield, previously known as Prepaid Legal Services or simply Prepaid Legal, is an American corporation that sells legal service products direct to consumer through employer groups and through multi-level marketing in the United States and Canada. It was available in the United Kingdom from 2019 to 2021, according to Legal Shield's income disclosure regarding associates selling the product. For associates with 0 to 2 years of experience who made at least one sale Average annual earnings were $798 for 2019. Okay. Approximately 73% of associates across experience years made less than $1,000. The company was founded in 1972 as the Sportsman Motor Club. In 1976, it was incorporated as Prepaid Legal Services, Inc., and made its initial public offering in 1984. In 2011, Prepaid Legal went from being traded on the New York Stock Exchange back to being a private company when it was acquired by Mid-Ocean Partners, and subsequently changed its name to Legal Shield. Legal Shield develops and markets prepaid legal service plans through a network of more than 6,900 independent provider attorneys across the US and Canada. The company also markets ID Shield, a privacy and reputation management service that also provides identity theft monitoring and restoration. The company's membership plans are sold as employee benefits through its multi-level marketing division and direct to consumers. So it's still operational, but their website is down. I just tried to, or maybe it's because I don't have my VPN. Why would they want to restrict that to just US IP addresses only? Probably not. Is their website down? Amy, go and check Legal Shield. It's just legalshield.com. Does it work? Or anyone else in the US?
How are you going to come clean with yourself, between you and God, if you can't?
Did Elliot Roger read The Secret, Bethany? God, that's too bad. If only he could have found a way to manifest getting laid. We might have not run into these problems. Didn't he have a vision board? You've got to start with a vision board.
Even, look his family in the face and show remorse. I don't think that you're a bad person. I don't think that you meant any of this to happen. I think that things got out of control and you didn't know what to do and you panicked. And I would certainly like your parents to see that, your friends to see that, instead of the cold-hearted killer that the evidence is screaming to show. And this is, at a certain point, you gotta do what's right. You gotta make things right for yourself, because otherwise it's gonna eat inside of you. You're gonna be sitting in that cell with all of this churning inside of you, and it's gonna eat you up.
So apparently Legal Shield does work in the US. What's wrong with my IP? What if I need to sign up for an account and speak with an attorney? They got something against the Portuguese public?
And just because I'm a cop doesn't mean that I don't care, about humanity and people. I'm not sitting here judging you. I'm trying to help you out. I'm trying to give you a chance to make things right. Show the families that you do have some remorse. I'll apologize for the things that you've done if that's what makes you feel better, whatever it is. But when you continue to deny when it's obvious that that's not the case, you appear to be the cold-blooded killer. you know, and the media is going to feed off of that. You know, when this goes to trial, the media is there. It's not kept secret. You know, do you want to be out there and like the O.J. Simpsons?
You know, I never get, we see this line so much in interrogations, this thing about, do you want to be represented as a cold-blooded killer? That wouldn't make the slightest bit of difference to me whatsoever, right? Like, you know, if I was in the position that Jodi's in, yeah, give a fuck. I'm looking out for my interests here, okay? Whatever I'm portrayed as, I'm trying to get out of a death sentence or life in prison, so fuck all that. You know? She goes on and on about it and gets absolutely nowhere. I don't think Jodi cares either, you know. You know. Maybe that's why I have, well, I don't know if I have empathy for her. I find a note of recognition with Jodi Arias, and it's not just because she reminds me of every woman I've ever dated, but also maybe, perhaps, parts of myself.
Because nobody felt sorry for him. You know, nobody respected him afterwards, even though he maintained his innocence. How do you want to be portrayed? Do you want to be portrayed as the person that you are, a decent person who's had some tough times and you know, just didn't make the right choices at the time? Or do you want to be portrayed as a person that doesn't care about anybody or anything?
You know, of course.
Yeah, this is very clear, Bethany, that these multi-level marketing is very prominent in Mormon organizations. You know, they've got well, a lot of religions to a certain extent. The thing about a congregation is that there's you know, an element of trust within the community, right? Whether it's Muslims or Jews or Christians or Mormons, the place where you go with all your other fellow worshippers, it's probably rightly assumed that that some other fellow worshipper isn't going to be trying to, you know, squeeze you for a buck or sell you a dodgy product. Closed shop business deals. That's what you see a lot of in many religions, but I think with the Mormon community, because they're further what is the word? Kind of, well, sort of segregated from society, because there's so many sort of rules and practices about their wider life, compared with a lot of other religions that are perhaps less all-encompassing. That community, it's like when Dan Freeman's going to Sedona with Jodi and Travis and his sister Desiree. You know, they do things sort of only together. It's like a locked group. From an outside perspective, I know basically nothing, but most of what I do know is from this case.
I don't want to be portrayed as a cold-blooded murderer.
I believe that. I believe that everybody wants to tell the truth, because to keep that lie in tears you up emotionally, physically, mentally. I see that over and over and over again with people. And I believe that you don't want to be portrayed in the negative light that I've already... And I'm not making that stuff up. I mean, that's just reality, Jodi. That's the way our society works. That's the way this world works.
Okay, so apparently it is absolutely safe to take paracetamol with ibuprofen. Okay, I'm doing it. But if I start seeing pink elephants, then I'm coming looking for you. These are the good ones.
And things are going to start moving real fast here for you. This is kind of a pause, before things, start getting heavy. This is
Michelle, how you doing? Good to see you.
This is your opportunity to help yourself out. When the jury looks at it, those are the things that they're going to be mulling around in their mind when they decide what type of sentence to hand out, or when they make a recommendation to the judge. Those are the sorts of things that turn a jury. And the juries sometimes can be fickle, but I've never seen a case with so much concrete, hard evidence. We don't need you to tell us anything. I'm doing this for you.
I don't think that's true. It's true that they don't need her to tell anything, but I think the reason that they want to clarify what Jodi was thinking is to have something to relay to the family, Travis's family, so that they can have the answers they crave and begin a healing process and that kind of thing. It's an open shut case. I mean, I guess a confession would be a benefit to the state, but they're not looking to clarify evidence. They have everything. I suppose if she confessed and pled guilty, they would save the expense of the trial, which was obviously astronomical. I mean, it went on and on and on. It wouldn't be done until, I think it was 2014 that it was absolutely finalized. Yeah, so tens of millions, probably $30 million would be at least, probably.
Arizona's
Maybe they're
case
looking to save that.
goes no matter what. They've got a rock solid case. So what you say is basically irrelevant to their case. Not irrelevant, but it's not going to make it any better for them. But it's
Subscribe to the channel and buy us a coffee.
I mean, how can what I tell you today affect the media?
You take control of the situation as much as you can and paint whatever kind of picture you want to paint of yourself. Nobody's going to believe that you didn't do it after they see the evidence. It's just, it is what it is. But it's a matter of, do you want to take control of your situation and paint the picture of who you are, because you're the only one that knows that? Or do you want the media to take the evidence, all of the facts and the information, and paint their own picture of you? And as smart as you are, you know as well as I do that the media doesn't like to paint warm and fuzzy pictures. They would much rather paint the vicious, cold-blooded killer, because that sells. Am I right? So, do you want to control your situation? Paint your own picture?
So Mormons are basically like the stone cutters in that episode of The Simpsons.
Do you want to let somebody else do that for you?
I don't feel like I have any control. Maybe Susan.
Well, you do to a certain degree. You can have the opportunity to tell your side of the story. You know, was it a matter of, like I said, this guy, Travis, building some sort of, what you thought was some sort of relationship? You know, were you hoping for marriage? Because I've heard a lot of talk about, you know, possibilities of marriage, and I know that is,
MLM's not the same thing as a Ponzi scheme. Not exactly. But, you know, maybe we were going to do an episode on multi-level marketing, and we should throw in Ponzi scheme as well, because they are sprinkled around a few cases. You know, there's obviously Jodi, there's Shanann Watts with her Lavelle product Thrive, there's Harvey Adelson's Ponzi scheme. You know, there's a few more that I can't think of right now. It's just an interesting, you know, part of our, you know, we could do a social comment.
you know, a cornerstone of your faith is marriage and family. Is this something that you were hoping for? Was he leading you down that path? You know, did he take advantage of you? Were there promises made that were broken? Did he betray your trust in some way? I don't know. Only you know that. But certainly if that was the situation, they would look at you in a better light than if you just went in there and just killed the guy just 'cause.
In its most basic terms, Deb H., a multi-level marketing company or a pyramid scheme is like, you know, when people used to sell Tupperware or Amway, and they would sell products to their friends and then also enlist their friends to become another seller, a seller below them in the pyramid. So if I'm selling Tupperware and I sell my Tupperware to 10 friends and I get those 10 friends to also sell Tupperware, for every piece of Tupperware they sell, I will get a small percentage of the profit. And then those 10 friends of mine also go to their 10 friends and get them to sell Tupperware. And they get a little bit of theirs, I get a little bit of theirs, and their lower down level. So it goes all up the pyramid, right? But basically the only person that makes any money really is the top echelon.
Just because you're a cold-hearted person. You know, the reasons why are what's going to give you a better portrayal, a better light that you're portrayed in. That's why the reasons why are so important to you, and that's how you can take control. When you leave, you know, Siskiyou County and go back to Arizona, which eventually you will, whether you fight the extradition or not, that's just kind of a...
Thank you for your observation, Anne.
An inevitability.
Yeah, it's going to happen eventually. You're not going to have the opportunity to do this again. And I'm certainly, not going back to Arizona. I won't have the opportunity, and this shot will be.
You know, I wonder what this cop thought when she saw the media interview, which hasn't happened yet, right? That we went through the other day, when she's just like, we met at the Rainforest Cafe at the MGM Grand in Las Vegas. And traveling with Travis was sort of like traveling with your own personal comedian or serenader. She's crazy.
Gone.
What is your role, though? I mean, you're a detective.
This is our
Yeah,
jurisdiction. It's our case.
What is your role, lady? Are you gonna take my lunch order? I want pastrami on rye. Think you can handle that? Listen, and I want a special feature, not mustard, but horseradish. Okay?
County. So, you know, part of this investigation, if you will, is on us.
Monica, if the pain meds don't work, buy a bottle of vodka. Okay. Yeah. Well, thank you, Monica, for the coffees. That is much appreciated. Yeah. The pain meds, they're already kicking in though. They're fantastic. I got the fancy ones. It says Express right on the box. And there's this like green flash of something going fast. You know? So I thought that would be good. And they really are.
So I've taken an interest in this case. You know, I saw you and I read all this information, and I'm like, man, you know, she's not the typical person that we see in here.
Can I ask you a couple questions?
Sure.
Not personal questions. I understand they took some of my stuff yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Where does all that go? Does it go to Arizona?
It'll be transferred to Arizona. It's held in evidence. There's a list of everything that was taken, and a copy of that was left at each
Location.
At each location.
And it was a carbon copy, so my parents couldn't read it all. My grandparents couldn't read everything. They told me some of the things, and some of the things were like my camera, for example, which is fine. I understand that. My concern is other people. For example, I'm a wedding photographer, and I just did a wedding on Friday, and I feel bad for Brian and his wife Katie, because those are their wedding pictures. That's all they have for their wedding, and I just want to know when they'll be able to get their wedding pictures.
I don't know when. I don't know how. You know, this could go on for
That's
quite a
the
while.
only thing they have.
Brian and Katie are going to have to wait. Their wedding pictures are in evidence. Detective Flores is going to have to go through each and every one of their wedding pictures. You know? Imagine if she had them cut the cake with the murder weapon, and Detective Flores was like, "That's the same knife. It's consistent with the knife that we believe to be the murder weapon." This is evidence. It's under subpoena.
Having to remember the day.
They're not going to destroy the wedding pictures. They're not going to get rid of them or anything like that.
You know, and I just take pride in my work, and I guess, you know, I'm not going to have a chance to edit them and make them really beautiful. Like, they already turned out really good, but, you know, with Photoshop, I just do all kinds of neat effects, and they turn out like magic. And so that won't be the case this time, but at least the hard files are there for them. And, you know, if they're not going to get them forever and ever, it's going to suck. But
Little grandiose, huh? I mean, I'm not going to have time to make them, edit them. They already turned out really good because I took them. And, you know, and when I get them into Photoshop, I do all kinds of effects and they turn out like magic, okay? Professional photographer in the house, wedding photographer. Are you planning a wedding or a family member? Maybe if we get me out of this situation, I could photograph your wedding for free.
But as long as they get them eventually.
They'll get them eventually.
And also
I think that, you know, go ahead.
My sister, I don't know what her problem is. I mean, she's far less messed up than I am, I guess. But
Wow, paracetamol is the you know, the real name of what it is. Is that not common knowledge in the States? It's that you just have the brand name? Okay. Invented by, who was it? Louis Pasteur. Harmon Northrop Morse. Okay. Well, if anyone's going to a pub quiz, Harmon Northrop Morse invented paracetamol.
she's in a program right now in Klamath Falls for till the end of August, rehabilitating from something. And my mom, we write her. You know, we only get to talk to her once a week, and my mom was going to send pictures because I have on my external drive. I have a bunch of pictures of her and I that we just were doing this with, just taking pictures of each other on her prom night, because I helped her do her hair and I helped her, you know, just take pictures, and then I dropped her off, and she just wanted some of those to have. If she's all done up glamorous, and she's like, I can't remember what I look like without makeup. And I did a photo shoot with my little brother last week.
Man, you know, I told you that this whole thing is 6 hours long. And I was thinking to just skip through this section of the interview with the lady and go straight on to Detective Flores, where she does the ninja story. But I'm actually really enjoying this. We might have to do the whole thing as a 2 or 3-parter. I don't know. We'll see.
And they turned out really good, and she wanted those pictures too. She doesn't have access to any of them now. And those are all family treasures. And I did that, of course, because it's for them, and it's, you know. But I would have made her a CD, but my CD-ROM just wasn't working right. And I just didn't get around to making it because I didn't have the proper tools to do it. And she just wants those to mail to Angela.
Well, see, these are the sorts of things that, you know, paint the picture of a good, decent person where things just went a little wrong. You know, you showing so much concern and care.
Do you know what happened to my journals too?
You know, I wasn't there when...
I know they said they took one. I don't know if they took my other ones.
My
Where
what?
were your other ones at?
In my fireproof safe.
Okay. I'm not sure. There's a...
In my fireproof safe. I mean, why would you say that? The only reason you might say that is if you had several different safes and one of them was fireproof. I mean, aren't all safes fireproof? What are you going to have, a cardboard safe? In my cardboard safe, in my fireproof safe. Yeah, if you had several safes and only one of them was fireproof, there would be a need to distinguish which one you were talking about. But I'm pretty sure there's just one safe in her room. And even that seems excessive. You live with your grandparents. Are they nosy?
They have a hard copy, you know, an actual copy, an original copy. That
If you
they
want
can
my
look at.
journals, it documents the entire time starting from when I moved to Arizona up until 2 or 3 days ago.
Where's that safe at? Is that
It's
at your...
under my bed. They said they looked
Oh,
through
okay.
it.
Okay. Well, then, if there was anything,
I don't know if
you
they
know,
felt
that
it was relevant,
necessary.
but
You know,
I'm sure there's
Oh, it's relevant, Jodi. Your journals documenting your entire life from before you moved to Arizona until present day. Very relevant, yeah. And will be used against you in court. I still don't understand why anybody would write down the sorts of things that she was writing down. I like I don't know, to clarify how she feels about her day. Choose the future.
Travis got a lot of ink in my journals. I don't know. It doesn't matter now because I know you guys think what you think, but
It's not, the job of the detectives, any detective, is to determine, what happened, whether a person, is there evidence that would clear you, evidence that would convict you, etc. We're totally neutral going in. And it's not a matter of, our opinion and what we think. It's a matter of taking a look at all of the evidence and knowing. And, I think...
Yeah, I can turn it up. Is that better? How loud do we need it?
You're not grasping the reality of this situation. And hearing, what your concerns are, you should be concerned for yourself right now. You should be fighting for yourself. This is not going to go away anytime soon for you, Jodi. You're a young woman, just starting your life. You had a lot going for you. You should be fighting for yourself right now.
there's really nothing to fight for. If I fight, it just makes me look worse.
If you fight,
And if I give you some false confession, that just makes it look just as bad.
No,
so
we
there's
don't.
really nothing.
We don't want a false confession. That's absolutely not what anybody ever wants, ever. I was just hoping to give you the opportunity to show the world, to show the community, to show the jury, to show Travis's family that you do have a heart, that you do care, that you are a good person.
Is this better, Christina, now? Yeah. Anybody, if anybody can't hear, just type in caps. Can't hear the fucking video. And we'll turn it up. We'll turn it up. We'll do our best.
And maybe things went askew that day. I'm giving you scenarios with what happened that day because I wasn't there. I don't know, the emotions that led up to it. There was obviously a lot of emotion. That's very clear. There was a lot of emotion that day in what happened. And so I'm trying, it's kind of like pulling teeth here. I'm trying to give you the opportunity to help yourself. To show the world, to show the community, to show Travis's family that you do have remorse, that you are a good person. And that doesn't benefit me in any way. I get no benefit out of this. My job pays the same whether I'm sitting here or at home, whatever. I was trying to give you that opportunity. And I asked if I could talk to you today.
Well, you can't see link in description because of her white trousers, but the link is in the description for buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. If you want to support the channel or become a Patreon member. Oh, hey, check out this. Check this one out. Check this one out. Word has come down. Word has come down. Where is it? Our very first delivery of kosher style merch arrived to a very happy customer, and on time. On time. We've got a new merchandise provider after that previous company, fuckwad Teespring, supposed to be the best in the world. They weren't the best. They were nothing. They're crooks, and their fucking management should be in jail. But now we're rocking it with bonfire.com, and Bonfire have delivered. And I have it, it's the first time I've seen like the physical product. And it's good. I'm happy with it. It's good. check out our merch in the link in the description for bonfire.com. And it's nice to know that they can be trusted to deliver a quality product, printed on a quality product, and do it on time. That's fantastic.
To do that makes no difference to me, not personally, but it sure can make a difference for you. And you let this eat at you, and it's going to destroy you or change you in a way that you wouldn't want. And it comes a time in somebody's life, there's always a pinnacle in somebody's life.
I'm caught up with chat now, Michelle. Thank you. Alison, yeah, we'll do shrimpless scampi. We've got endless. It's not endless. I'd say it's about 50. So, is there a number higher than 50? Probably not. I mean, it is going to take us a while to do everything, but yeah, we will do shrimpless scampi at some point.
There, you have the opportunity to define who you are.
I've got a really good, I know that we're kind of done with the Chandler Halderson case, but I am going to just revisit it, probably not on a live stream, because it's going to be a good production video. On demand, make sure you watch that, summarizing the whole thing from the original criminal complaint, which, you know, I've studied that case since just in between it happening and the trial. And then I watched the trial live. So that was early 2022, 3 years. And I'd never heard some of the stuff that I found recently. So keep an eye out for that. Maybe we'll launch Shrimpless Scampi when we put that video out.
Do you want the murder of Travis to define who you are? Or do you want to take control of that and do it yourself? Everybody makes mistakes, some bigger than others. And I think this is the time in your life. I'm trying to tell you, this is the time, Jodi. This is the time to take control more than you've ever done before. And at least show the people that you love and care about that you have remorse and that you have a heart. Because when they sit there and they see somebody that's just stone cold and saying they didn't do it when it's clear to everybody that you did, that's what they're going to see, is a stone cold person. This is your opportunity to change that. You can't change what happened. You can't go back and undo it. It's a done deal. But hopefully you're smart enough to realize that you can have a little bit of control of how you're portrayed. I don't think that you're a bad person. I don't think that you meant to hurt him. I think that you really cared about him and that you loved him. And that's why there was so much emotion in that day. I'm not sure of the circumstances, the conversations that led up to it. I can only see the result. I think that things got a little heated. You were angry or upset or disappointed or betrayed, whatever the emotion was, and things got out of control.
We both have betrayed each other, but it was so long ago, you know? The last time we even talked about marriage on a serious level was when we were still dating over a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
And the last time he proposed to me once, he proposed to me a lot of times, but he wasn't always serious. He just kind of said it, marry me, as a joke.
And how did that make you?
Yeah, that's not a proposal, Jodi. There's a difference, okay?
Feel when he said marry me as a joke? I mean, did you want it?
Not after we had broken up. It was kind of like laughs. Like, it's really kind that he would joke like that. We would laugh, you know, and I took it as a compliment because it's when I did something that maybe in his eyes he saw me as a good person, and so he'd be like, wow, this is a good girl, marry me. But it was more of a compliment. It wasn't a serious proposal, you know. So marriage.
Yet you keep calling it a proposal. He actually proposed to me, but he wasn't serious.
I just, as much as I love Travis, I just have always, there's something inside that says he's not the guy you're going to marry.
So then what was it? What was it that led up to all of this? I mean, there's got to be something. So I honestly don't believe that, you know, that you're cold-hearted and you would just go and just, you know, kill somebody on a whim. That doesn't fit your profile. So what was it that led up to that? You know, you tell me. You tell them. You tell, you know, Travis's family. What was it that, you know, pushed you to your limit? I'm just trying to fill in the holes there, you know, and just kind of guessing about the emotions. You know, what was it that would make you, you know, so angry or upset? And if you're smart, you'll realize that, you know, you're not going to get a whole lot of other chances to do this. Probably none. Once the wheels start turning, they move real fast. And you will be out of control then. You won't have control over your destiny, so to speak. You know, what about your spirituality and your beliefs with God? You know, if you continue to lie to yourself and all of us, that's one thing, but God knows. He knows what's in your heart. Doesn't the Mormon religion want you to repent for what you've done? You know, I'm a spiritual person myself, and I don't think that I would want that, you know, inside of me. I wouldn't want all of the ugliness of the lies inside of me. And I'm not going to sit here all day, you know, and try to convince you to do something for yourself if you're not willing to help yourself. But I just wanted to give you that chance this morning.
This woman must know that she hasn't made the slightest inch forward in what is already 40 minutes of talking. Not a tiny step. Jodi is not even... Jodi's taking the opportunity to gauge where the police are, right? But there's no part of her that's like, oh, shall I do what I'm being encouraged to, to take this path? No, not at all. Not at all. And the woman must know that.
It's clear, it's crystal clear to anybody who looks at this case. There is no doubt in my mind, there's no doubt in any of the investigators' mind that you are the person responsible for Travis's death.
I definitely agree with that, Michelle.
It's just a matter of how do you want to portray yourself now, Jodi? Are you the cold-blooded killer, or are you a victim of circumstance? Was it in the heat of passion, or was it calculated and planned out and executed? Which one is it going to be? That's how you can control things for yourself right now. think you're the type of person that can sit there during a trial and see Travis's family sitting over there and continue to maintain that lie in yourself without it tearing.
Oh, you don't want to put a bet on that one, lady. I don't think you're the kind of person that can sit there and trial and with Travis's family sat over there. Jodi's like, you ain't seen nothing yet, bitch. I haven't even started calling him a fucking struggling pedophile, abusive spouse, you know. You wait. You watch me. You see what I mean? This woman does not have ground. She probably deals with run-of-the-mill Oregon border criminals, you know, which you don't even need any training for. You know, if you got Jim Smith down here, Master, Ontario Provincial Police, forensic psychiatry wizard. You know, he'd have some methods to apply here. I'm sure that would be interesting. I think, you know, every interrogator needs to always maintain and keep hold of the question: what would Detective Sergeant Jim Smith do? And then do that thing that he would have done, because you almost can't go wrong, right?
I'm not going to sit here all day, you know, and try to convince you to do something for yourself if you're not willing to help yourself.
Look at the way she drinks that water bottle. I am not bothered, lady. Now, how long have I got until my pastrami on rye gets here? With horseradish, remember? Not mustard, horseradish.
But I just wanted to give you that chance this morning. It's clear, it's crystal clear to anybody who looks at this case. There is no doubt in my mind, there's no doubt in any of the investigators' mind, that you are the person responsible for Travis's death. It's just a matter of how do you want to portray yourself now, Jodi? Are you the cold-blooded killer, or are you a victim of circumstance?
I see what you're saying, Christina. Christina says, this approach reminds me of Agent Tammy Lee telling Chris Watts, chicks are crazy. Lame. Yeah, well, I see what you're saying. But Tammy Lee was extraordinarily talented and effective. That whole run up to the polygraph that was like a 3-hour interview that felt more like an awkward, weird Tinder match date. You know? A lot of flirting, a lot of charm work. You know, really, she did that job on Chris like a fucking surgeon that can do a quadruple bypass blindfolded. No problem, just by touch and smell. A blind surgeon. You know, that's what Tammy Lee was. So I couldn't put her in the same ballpark as this lady. I think this lady is rubbish. You know, I mean, she's probably fine when she's like, I don't know, stopping some regular criminal on the Oregon border, but not with Jodi Arias. Come on. They should not have even put her in this room. And the whole woman-to-woman thing, it's like Jodi hates talking to women, right? Especially older ones. I think I saw Anne say that earlier. No play bueno. with older women. Yeah, waste of time, waste of resources. Where's my pastrami on rye?
Was it in the heat of passion, or was it calculated and planned out?
Do you want to be portrayed as that cold-blooded killer? Fuck off out of here with that. I don't think you're the kind of person that could actually sit there in court with Travis's family sitting right there. Fuck off with that. You don't know who you're talking to. I'm the devil.
And executed. Which one is it going to be? That's how you can control things for yourself right now.
You may not know it, lady, but she is controlling things. Did you not see how she just drank from her water bottle? She's in total control. Even when she's in handcuffs. That's the beauty about Jodi. Even when she's being marched around her interviews in prison, or at least the little jail under the courthouse, or whatever that place was, where she's being marched around, she's walking like she's the one in command. Because in her mind, she is. And when she is in her mind, that sort of becomes the reality. And not just there's a crazy person who's delusional, but it really does seem to become the reality, which is actually a bit of a nod to the manifestation philosophy of The Secret, right? I don't know. So maybe she did read that book and and it worked out well for her.
I don't think you're the type of person that can sit there during a trial and see Travis's family sitting over there and continue to maintain that lie in yourself without it tearing you up.
I don't think I could either.
You have an opportunity. You can't bring him back. You can't bring his life back. But you can at least make things right within yourself. And that ultimately is going to probably help out your situation. Nobody wants to believe, even, your friends, I'm sure. I haven't talked to any of your friends, but I know that your family doesn't want to believe that you're that person. Help them understand what happened and why, so that they're not stuck with that image of you.
Yeah, her hair. I was wondering how long it was going to take to come up. You're talking about the detective, right? I mean, to me, from the back, from this angle, I feel like I'm looking at a badly stuffed owl. A big one. Just someone's very first try at hobbyist taxidermy. And this is what they did. It's a badly stuffed owl. Wait until she moves her head around and just keep owl in mind, okay? You'll see what I mean. This isn't the best pause screen. Badly stuffed owl on her shoulders, on the top of her neck.
The only image they're going to be stuck with is Jodi in a big orange suit.
Yeah, but does Jodi have a heart, or is it cold and ice?
They know it's what my heart is like. They raised me. They've lived around me forever.
How about the rest of the people that just know you?
I really want to get like a dinger or something. So when we run into these situations where we've got needless bullshit repetition from tactics that don't work, weren't ever going to work, are never going to work, are a waste of time, like what we're seeing here. Oh, are you saying that they're going to think your heart is cold and full of ice? What about the media? Will the media portray you as that cold-blooded killer? Oh, know your audience. Yeah, we need a dinger so we can go ring, 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 but we don't have one.
As far as an image.
But let's at least time it. I'm writing down the time code now of the video, which is 40:38. Next time she refers to Jodi's portrayal as a cold-blooded blah 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 blah. How many minutes?
That doesn't know you personally. Do you care about that?
I care.
How about Travis's family?
I care very much about Travis's family, and I can't alter the way they think. They hate me regardless.
It's true that their feelings are probably always going to be negative about you. You know, you took their son's life. They can never get over
I
that.
want to take Travis's life.
It's clear to everybody what happened. But I was hoping that you were smart enough to realize the situation, the reality of the situation, and wanted to help yourself out. Whether you want to maintain the charade, which isn't going to get you anywhere, or whether you want to do the right thing. You're the one that's got to live with yourself, you know. You're the one that's got to look those people in the eye.
I have one more question. It's not that I haven't been listening to what you're saying. It's unrelated. But when I took my purse, I had $240 in cash. And from what I understand, this thing over in the jail, you can have money on your books so that you can get things like shampoo or whatever.
Mhm.
I don't know what I would even need there. But what happens to my cash, my money?
Well, it's, first of all, they count it all out and document it.
I love this. You know, incredible, huh? What about Travis's family? You care about the family, do you? What they think? Oh, it's true that you'll probably always be trash, murdering trash in their eyes, but you could change that. Okay, listen, lady. What happened to my cash? I had $240 in my purse when I came in. I need shampoo. Who's gonna give me shampoo? You? I don't want your shampoo because it obviously doesn't fucking work, okay? I want real shampoo. I don't want to put fucking shampoo on a dead, badly stuffed owl. I don't want to end up with a dead owl on my head.
So there's no question of, you know, what was there. I don't know what the
Where's my cash? And where's my sandwich?
procedure
I know
is.
it's not really, maybe it's not your area or your responsibility, but who do I talk to about that? Because my parents don't have money to just keep doling you out and making...
Yeah, I know that you're like, you know, I need to go above your head, lady. So, let's get the man in here. The man seemed to have a handle on things. I want to know where my cash is.
I collect calls all the time or whatever, so...
Well, I can certainly talk with the detectives and put in a request for you, and I'll do that. I don't go back on my words. And I don't know how much longer, you know, you want to sit here and listen to me talking, but I was hoping to kind of drill something into your head and wake you up and show you how you can help yourself.
Maybe you're giving me more credit than I deserve for being smart.
I don't think so.
I just don't see how.
Yeah, translation. Your bullshit attempt at flattery ain't gonna work on me, okay? I know exactly how smart I am, and you, owlhead, couldn't even begin to understand the depths of my thinking. So let me know how they get on at the sandwich shop. And bring me my cash.
Oh, I knew that could help.
What if it could? Wouldn't you want to do everything you could to help yourself?
I don't. I think that my situation is hopeless, and I don't think that I can help myself. I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry to me.
I'm just sorry.
Are you sorry for what happened to him?
Of course I am. That's awful what happened to him. He
Did you ever
didn't show
think-
me any pictures, but he showed me the carpet.
It was pretty horrific.
You know, Travis was very strong. I watched him work out a couple of times. It's super intense. My dad has worked out all my life. He's been a bodybuilder, sort of, not professional. He's just always been really big. And I've seen him work out, but I've never seen anyone work out like Travis. And he's just, you know, a couple times he was really into UFC, and a couple times he would show me some wrestling moves, and I was just powerless. There's no way out of it.
Well, I tell you what, I'm going to take a break for a couple of minutes. I see you still got some water. I was going to give you some more water.
Yeah, if you could bring one more, that'd be nice.
Yeah, what was his name, Anne? Lefty Williams or something. He's probably sitting in some apartment now, buried in CDs that he invested in. Probably sold his car to invest in CDs, thinking he was going to get rich. If you're selling CDs, your own single, on the Dr. Phil show for $10 a piece, you took a wrong turn somewhere. And I heard the song. It's like, this isn't even a production. This is a bad song. It's really shit.
Take a minute just to think about what I said. And,
Oh, he passed away? Yeah. Too much chicken.
I'll leave you alone while I do that.
It certainly embellishes the angel of death quality that Jodi Arias may or may not have. Even her rapper died. Oh, look. Little break in character. Yeah, I told you. What did I say yesterday about getting under the table? What did we say? We said it was a... But Jodi doesn't have any anxiety now. She's managed to center herself within this situation. When she was first in the interrogation room yesterday, at the start of the video, when she's got her head on the table and then she goes to the ground, she didn't get under the table, but I drew a parallel to that. That was different. That was all very new, and it was all just about to kick off. She did have anxiety there, and she was doing self-soothing techniques. But now there's no need for Now there's no need for self-serving techniques. It's only about portrayal. Did I say self-serving? Oh my God. Sometimes it's... You know what? It's when you wear the noise-cancelling headphones, I can only hear my voice that's inside my face. And it's different. Like if I take this one out, oh, that's so much better. That's so much better. We need... Maybe there's a better solution. That is so much better. Anyway. Kareem Williams. Thank you, Michelle.
once in a while. You see me?
Just more water.
You see what I mean about how she moves? Look at how she goes, just this, it's almost like a dance move. How she gets up. One fluid motion.
Just more water. Jodi, I'm really confused. Maybe I did have a wrong picture of you. You know,
There we go.
all of this time that
Maybe you are that cold-blooded killer. Maybe it is ice that runs through your veins to your black heart.
you and I have been talking, and I got information from your other interview. You are talking about insignificant things at this point. You're talking about money, you're talking about material things, you're talking about everything but
I'm just talking
You're
about
talking
things
about
that
just-
affect
just-
the people I care about.
you're talking about everything but how bad you feel about Travis. You only respond to my questions.
If I murdered
Specifically
Travis, I
about
would be
Travis.
very remorseful.
I think that I've gotten the wrong picture of you. I think that, you know, maybe I was wrong. Maybe you are that cold-blooded person that they're trying to portray. And, you know,
All our support links are in the description. Thank you so much, guys.
I'm just really confused. At this point, you know, maybe you're right. Maybe there isn't anything that you can do to help yourself. You know, maybe I was wrong. Maybe you're not as intelligent as I thought you were.
Lady, you're the one that's not intelligent.
was
Now go
wrong.
and get my fucking sandwich.
What do you think should happen to the person that murdered Travis?
I've never been one for an eye for an eye, but
Yeah, well, that's convenient. I think they should be be forgiven because that's my faith, and that's what Travis would have wanted to. She was really hoping the person that murdered Travis should be put to death.
they took his life, and even the Book of Mormon says that that calls for the life of the person that took his life.
Not anymore.
Do you think
Joseph
that's
Smith
the path that you're
updated
going
that.
down right now, and it's inevitable? So why fight it?
Not sure, kind of, but I'm not sure. I don't know
Yeah.
where I'm going.
So, tell me this. After looking at all the evidence and what I think is crystal clear, if you
You see, Jodi just made that detective sit down. The detective has been outside, she's spoken to other cops who are watching, they've advised her, okay, change up the energy, go back in, and act like you're not going to take any shit. Try and get under her skin, you know. She's not giving anything back. You got to take it from her. Now hit her from below. And Jodi Arias was completely fucking unfazed by that. The detective came in, didn't even sit down. She's going to make such a point. And why sit down when I'm done wasting my time with you, Jodi? You're not going to help yourself? I'm done wasting my time with you. And look what happens, right? And the detective doesn't even fucking know that she's just been controlled. I don't know why they've put Owlhead in this room. I mean, she doesn't even have good instinct, let alone the most basic of talent to be up against someone like Jodi. Unbelievable. Detective Flores is different story. He's okay. He could be better, but he's nowhere near this bad.
didn't kill Travis, then who did?
He was private about a lot of aspects of his life.
Mm-hmm.
He told me some things I got from some of his, Facebook account, email account, or MySpace or whatever, because I had the passwords to those. But I don't know, like, occasionally he would get solicitations, and he would always respond, not to answer the solicitation, but to kind of call the person out. And I don't know if anything ever came of those. I don't know. I know his tires were slashed. I don't know.
Maybe you weren't the person that did it. Maybe you just were physically there when it happened and somebody else did it. I mean, I guess, that's a possibility. If that's the case, help us out here. Help yourself.
What possible, unless she's going for the alternative question, what possible value has this cop just, all she's done is say, well, we don't know everything. And we're not sure.
Yourself out. I don't know what else to do for you here, Jodi. I'm kind of at the end of my rope. You're not going to get a whole lot of people that are trying to help you out along the way, beyond this point. If you didn't do it, then who did? Because everything is pointing to you, not just pointing to you, but, screaming that Jodi killed Travis. And I thought that I could come in here and talk to you and talk some, sense into you and get you to, kind of help yourself out. You don't need to help our case out. You don't need to help their case out. That's a slam dunk.
I know he showed me.
And what I'm hearing is somebody who doesn't give a rip about what happened. I'm hearing somebody that's worried about money, your appearance, everything about you. I don't hear anything about Travis unless you're specifically asked. How do you think that looks?
Listen, I don't care so much
No,
about...
you listen. You are not grasping. the reality here, Jodi.
All right. Now, I'm telling you that what the owl head detective just did to Jodi there, cut her off, she's gonna fucking pay for that. I want to try and find whatever very subtle retaliation Jodi's gonna do for that. That was beyond the pale, lady. You do not know who you're talking to.
You're specifically asked. How do you think that looks?
Listen, I don't care so much
No,
about...
you listen. You are not grasping the reality here, Jodi. You know, you're worried about wedding pictures and, you know, all this other stuff that is really insignificant.
Well, listen, my life is over. Travis's life is over. I'm sorry about Travis. I didn't take his life.
All right, well, I guess I was wrong.
The reason I cared about those other things is because those people still have lives, and I care about those people. And they don't know where their stuff is, you know? I happen to be in possession of their stuff, and so...
All I know is all of the innocent people that I've talked to that have been accused of a crime don't act the way that you do. And you are acting like the person that I portrayed, the ugly, cold-blooded murderer.
Ah! Where's our bell? We need a bell. Soap, ring the bell.
One of the options that I portrayed, that is how you're acting. There is
With your heart of ice.
nothing in your actions that would indicate to me that you're the victim of circumstance. And you're going to be sorry, you know, when you get down the road, and
I agree.
you'll probably be sorry that you didn't do the right thing. You had an opportunity to do something right here. I don't know what to...
Oh. Patricia Burns. She looks like a 70s glam rock dude from here. Yeah, fucking Noddy Holder, right?
tell you.
Or the lead singer from what's that band called? What is that band called? Who played The Wheel in the Sky Keeps on Turning? Journey, the lead singer from Journey.
Show me that I wasn't wrong, Jodi. Show me what's inside your heart and not what's on the exterior.
Steve Perry. We got a picture of Steve Perry.
Help me understand why it happened and that it wasn't cold and calculated and planned. Because that's how everything points right now. You owe that at least to Travis's family. Give them some closure. Because I know, just from working with all these families that have lost loved ones, that they're not
Okay, it's not the lead singer. It's not Steve Perry. He's got dark hair.
struggling with who did it, they're struggling with why.
That's what I've been struggling with.
Do you not understand why you did it yourself, maybe? Is it something that, you know, is it a part of you that came forth that you've never seen before? I don't I know Travis's family is struggling with why, and that would be the one thing that would give them closure. They may never like you, but I think that they would be appreciative of why their son's life was taken.
Yeah, she's just revealed the real reason that she's in
You
here,
can't
trying to
give them
get
their
any
son
information
back,
out of
their
Jodi.
son back, but you can at least give them the peace of mind as to why. I know if it was my child, that's what I would want. And I know that you're not a mother, but all women have those mothering instincts within them, and I think that you can understand that, what I'm saying. And that's why you're hanging your head right now.
She's planning something, lady. This works. D. Murray. Thank you. Who said that? Alison. Right?
Was I off
This-
base, Jodi?
This could absolutely be D. Murray from the back.
I can't imagine what it would be like to lose one of my brothers.
Wouldn't you want to know why?
She only has one brother, doesn't she?
I've never met them, I can't speak for them, but I would bet, you know, my paycheck, that that's what they're wondering right now. And you can at least show that you have a soul, that you have a heart, that you understand that need in them, and do something for somebody else besides yourself. That's the least that you can do for them right now, is give them an answer. Tell them why. That's how you can control something that's happening in your life right now. Because you have all the power there. It's a gift that you can give that family.
Mick Ronson might be even better. Thanks, Derek. Yeah, look. Just as the detective is sat there, there's this kind of flowy out bit as it goes down, like a what do we call that? Like, you know, a wave out, and Mick Ronson has the exact same wave in this picture, side by side. See?
Tell them why. Use me as the voice to tell them why.
I just don't know why.
Did one thing lead to another and it just got out of hand? And it's unexplainable even in your mind? Or did you have it all planned out? You know, was he roughing you up and you just couldn't take it anymore? You know, was he being violent on his part?
He was only that way a couple times. It was before I moved.
And people just, I had bruises and stuff, but people were like, oh, is Travis beating you up? And we're like, ha ha ha. And he got mad because I wore a short sleeve shirt, but it was like 100 degrees outside.
So, this isn't the perfect picture of a relationship
No,
that
it
you've
was
been
very
trying.
rocky. I've never once denied that.
Randy Rhoads even has the white Les Paul, so I'll believe it.
We had our challenges. He's said several choice words to me that weren't nice, and but he's not the only person that's ever done that. My own father has done that.
Yeah.
Other women and men have done that to me, and other boyfriends.
But you didn't kill them. You didn't get pushed to the point where, you couldn't take it anymore. That's what we're trying to understand. That's why. Either way, those detectives in Arizona have their case made. But the least you can do for that family is give them an answer. I'm not saying portray Travis as this ugly, horrible person, because, I don't know that that's the right thing to do either. But at least let them know that it was a two-way street and it wasn't all your fault. Or, like I said, maybe I'm wrong and maybe it was. Maybe you did plan it from day one and carried it out.
Brian Connolly's hair is too straight, Patricia. It doesn't look like a badly stuffed owl from a first-time hobbyist taxidermist.
Thanks, Al.
Nicole, hello.
If his mom and dad were sitting here right now, what would you say to them?
I would tell them I'm very sorry. Before Travis, I've never lost anyone that's close to me.
If they asked you why it happened, what would you say to them?
I don't have an answer for why. I don't know why he was killed. I don't know why. I don't know why.
All right. Maybe you can't understand why, but what led up to it? What would you say to them? Because that would help them with the why. If you're struggling with the why within yourself, then what led up to it? How could you explain to his mom and dad what led up to it that would help them understand?
I'm sorry.
Maybe we should go to Detective Flores now. Let's skip ahead. I think it's pretty much of the same stuff. Yeah? Let's do Detective Flores, fuck it. Let's go to the wiretaps. Don't take my word for it. And this one's even longer. Fuck. Delete. Just delete everything. You see, Jodi enters a room and immediately notices everything in there. If there's something of interest, she picks it up.
Oh. Rachel called me and told me that you wanted to talk to me. I was just on the phone with Travis's sister, and I told her
Which
I
sister?
Smith.
What'd she say?
She has 1,000,001 questions. More questions now than she had before. And I don't have anything to give her. Part of it because I can't give certain information yet, but the other bit is because I don't have a lot of information. I need more information. Are you doing okay?
Do you need ninja information? You know, why don't you just say, look, I want to be able to tell the family your side of events so that they can begin to digest the reality and enter into the healing process. Some sense of closure by knowing what the fuck was going through your head. So how about some ninjas?
It doesn't matter how I'm doing.
It does to me.
Thank you, but it doesn't matter.
Totally different character in front of a guy, huh?
I've always been completely honest with you, and I wish that you could be honest with me.
What matters is how his family is doing. And of course I care about how my family's doing, just because I'm the person here that everyone thinks is the bad guy. It doesn't mean that my family had anything to do with anything, and it doesn't mean that they were responsible for anything or that they should suffer at all. And of course I feel
Jury is saying hi to Acapella, and we missed you the other night with the menu naming segment. Acapella came onto Discord, Jury, with a great one. What was it? Was the tagline of the entire establishment, which is the sidebar, where more than justice is served. How great is that? How great is that?
his family, I don't know them as well, or I don't even know them at all, except for his grandmother.
Yeah. You know, I told you yesterday, I've been doing this for a long time, and you're absolutely right. You know, the person's family who was hurt, they're obviously hurting. But there's a second family that hurts as well. And in this case, it's your family. Your brothers, your sister, your mom and your dad.
Parents.
Yeah.
I just wish they wouldn't hurt, because it would be so much easier for me. Not that I deserve to have it easy, but
I don't think you're ever going to be able to take that away from them. I think they're always going to hurt. Now, the only thing that can solve that is time.
Well, always kind of negates the the value of time. Always is always, Detective Flores.
you're right about that.
Rachel said something about you wanting to see some photos, but I don't think I can show you any more photos.
Why not?
Not just... I don't like doing that. Because something might happen to you. You might...
You see, she wants to see photos so that she can make any adjustments as necessary to her reshaping of the story. She doesn't want to make up a story and then have something in the photos contradict it, right? So she wants to know everything about those photos that she can. I don't think I can show you the photos. And she's straight in. Why not? Why not?
First off, it's not something I do.
The reason I asked was because
Yeah,
I
justify.
just feel like it might help me piece some things together. And
That was an omission, wasn't it? You know, I feel like it might help me paste some things together. Yeah. It might help me piece my next story together.
this is more of a selfish reason. I think it might give me some sense of closure. I know it's kind of morbid. I don't even think I really deserve closure. His family does, but I wasn't able to attend his funeral. And it's just, I don't know, that's just why. Mostly.
What is it you want to know about the photos? Do you want to see the room? Do you want to see the bathroom, or do you want to see him? Or is it the photos before it happened that you want to see?
I think the photos of after everything.
I won't show you those. I won't, and not in good conscience. I can't do that.
Is there any that you can?
No. I can't do that.
So ones of before, I mean, I've seen plenty of those kinds of photos.
If you want, I can describe stuff for you,
Okay.
because I was there. And those photos will never leave my head. I'm sure they'll never leave yours either. The one thing you gotta remember is that by the time he was found, the images that you saw were different than the ones that I saw. Things change over time. His body changes after time. We had a difficult time identifying who he was by the time we got there. He wasn't the same person. So that's why I don't want to show you photos.
What about photos of just the room with him not in it? I don't know. Maybe it's just...
I don't have him with me here, but as soon as I get a hold of him, another detective has him right now. What is it you can tell me about that day?
Really not much. Everything's kind of blurry.
Was he expecting you to show up that day?
He wanted me to come.
But you didn't want to?
Oh, I told him I was going to Utah.
Why did you decide to go then?
I didn't really. I was going to Utah.
Leave it off.
Well, this one has a full battery.
You can leave it off. Just me and you.
Yeah, just me and you and the 45 other detectives watching this.
I know
Probably
that
not
you
that
talked to
many.
Stanley and
Every day.
God, that'd get a bit samey, wouldn't it? I mean, why are they talking every day? Any progress? No. Well, what about Jodi? We think it was her. Yeah, we think it was her too. So you're gonna go and arrest her? Well, we're working on it. I mean, call me when something happens.
I called him yesterday and told him that I just can't believe it.
She's not a drinker at all.
who did you talk to?
I talked to his brother Steven first. And Samantha, I left her a message. She was off on vacation. And his other two brothers, was it Gary? And I didn't talk to the other brother, Gary, I talked to.
Mike, that's his uncle.
Yeah, he was going to call his other brother and his other sister. And I was planning on calling his aunt. She lives back in the Midwest today.
Which aunt?
I can't remember her name.
Renee?
Well, the real point she wants to see the pictures, Patsy Cline, is to make sure that the next when she changes her story, which she's about to do, to make sure if her story is going to match well with how she tells how she tells her story is going to match well with the documented photographic evidence of the crime scene. You only get one shot at that. Well, not even really one shot, because no one's going to believe her. She really goes to town, though, with the method acting. She's got all sorts of PTSD triggers coming up. She's going to act it out in the room in front of Detective Flores. I mean, that would be hard to do as just a basic audition. Let alone in a real situation for your life.
No. There's another aunt.
Did you talk to his grandmother?
No. Steven said he was going to take care of that. And if she had any questions, that she could give me a call. And she's been so upset that she hasn't been able to call me yet. Is there something that you want me to tell them?
The things that keep coming to my mind wouldn't help them at all, wouldn't comfort them. It would just be cliched, meaningless words.
I'll let you decide what to say. And I'll relay it exactly how you want me to.
I have an unrelated question real quick.
Sure.
And it's not, I mean, Detective Blaney said that she doesn't like me asking them because it makes me look like I'm concerned about trivial things, but I'm only asking because it concerns other people that I care about. And
It's understandable.
I just, if I could just know so I could tell them if I ever talk to them again or relay a message or call them. On last Friday I had a wedding, and
Just the camera?
yeah, and the only place that those photos are on my external drive and on the camera card. And
It'll be a while before we get those back.
okay, but if they can just get to the right person, because that's the only thing they have for their wedding.
I'll be absolutely positive to give those to the right people.
I was gonna
You
edit
can
them
be
and
assured.
make them look really nice, but he
You know,
can do
they
it.
can probably take them and edit the pictures, but who are those two people
Oh,
that those pictures belong to?
Brian Neiman
Okay,
is his name.
all right. Yeah, talking to your mom, I think she mentioned something about that.
And also on my external drive as well, maybe my computer and hard drive too, there were pictures of my little sister and I. And for
Has David actually gone out in search of pastrami? We've triggered him. We've triggered David. He's having a sandwich emergency.
whatever reason, she's in some kind of rehab program right now.
New photos?
Yeah, well, pretty recent ones that she had of her prom night and of her and I that we were just goofing off. So they're her and I together, and my mom was going to send those, and also my little brother. She was going to send some of those, and even if she doesn't send them, she wants them. So, I mean, I kind of took them for her, so they sort of
I
belong to her.
understand. I mean, you're worried about other people right now.
And
But you also need to understand that these people, right now, that stuff is not important to them.
I know.
So, I mean, that's
Well,
good of you. I mean,
I
you're
mean-
thinking of them, but they're not thinking about pictures. They're not thinking about stuff like that.
Well, I
They're
know,
worried
just
about you.
Eventually, they're going to want those. I know
I
that
know.
she would want those. And did you also take my journals?
Yes,
All 3 of them?
all of them.
Are you going to keep that forever?
No. I'd like to return them to you someday.
I just, well, I'm probably not going to get anything back ever, but I know that my mom made a mention of saying that she likes the way I write and she's always wanting to know my business. So, I mean, that
That's
would
something you want me to give to her?
I wouldn't mind if you did. It's something I wouldn't want her to read otherwise, but in this circumstance, I think she deserves to have every piece of me that she can, because she's not getting it anymore.
You're still here with us. Not going anywhere.
Going somewhere.
Not anytime soon. I'll still be able to talk to your family. They can talk to you, and they'll be able to visit you.
Do you know what happened to my cash? I heard you can put cash on the books there, so that, or on my book, or whatever it's called, so that I can get a few things that I might need in there. I don't know what it would be, but
I don't know about the situation here, but once everything gets transferred over.
Where's my cash? I need shampoo. I need commissary. I had $220 when I came in. Who has it? We spoke about a pastrami on rye about 45 minutes ago. Where's that blonde detective? Because I told her no mustard. I want horseradish, a dab of horseradish. If she fucks that up, I'm gonna lose my shit.
To Phoenix, it's a different story.
So I might not see that again.
No, any cash that was there is yours. Like if you had cash in your purse, that's your money.
I also had cash in my safe.
I don't think they took any of that. I know there was mention that there was some cash that they saw and they just documented it and left it.
Anyway, no, that's not important.
No, it's
I'm
important.
just-
It's important to you, and I understand that.
It's okay, Jodi. The $40 that you had in your safe hasn't been touched.
I mean, there's things that I would think of if I was in your situation. I'd want to take care of the people who love me and that I love, and want to make sure that everything was set. Because certain things you're not going to be able to do anymore.
Like hug my family.
No, you'll be able to.
When they come visit, it's like behind a glass, you know?
No, it's not.
It isn't here.
No, in Arizona.
They're not gonna come to Arizona.
I guarantee you they'll come to Arizona and see you.
When I moved away, they never came to see me. I was gone for 10 years.
From my understanding, some of that was because
Really, Jodi? Well, your mother drove to Mesa from fucking Northern California to help you move in a U-Haul, and then you kicked her in the leg and ran off. Or something to that effect. I can't remember the actual details, but she was in Mesa helping her move, and they had a fucking argument, and they went their separate ways.
because of you.
I had a house with a free bedroom and a bed and a pool and everything you could want, and they never came to visit me once. It's my first home. I'm sorry, this is all stupid and it's irrelevant. I'm just saying they're not going to come to Arizona, and they shouldn't have to come to Arizona. And I don't think I want them to, anyway. So yeah, when you say there are certain things that I won't do anymore, I know that's really sinking in quite a bit.
You don't think your sister or your brothers will come visit you?
Yeah, I'm sure they would.
Of course they will. You don't think your mom will come visit you? She will. Who do you think is worrying about you more right now? I think your mom and dad are worried more than anything.
I know my dad went to the hospital yesterday because he was having a panic attack. And he gets these things where they just can't get his heart rate down. And it's not, I mean, I haven't really been the cause of any of that prior. It's just happened. But yesterday I have everything to do with it. It doesn't even matter. I mean, he's had a long life. Every breath he takes right now is because of modern technology. So it's bought him a lot of time, but I'm so sorry for Travis's family.
Well, they're asking for answers. What can you give me? What do you want me to tell them? I will tell them anything that you want me to. And it's not gonna solve anything for them. It's not gonna fill that void of curiosity, but I think at least it'll be a start. What is it you want to say? I will call her as soon as I'm done talking to you.
One thing you could say, and this has nothing to do with his death, but it's something they may want to see. 2 nights ago,
It took me 5.5 hours, but I posted a 45-minute video on YouTube of him doing a training in San Bernardino.
Where did you post that?
On YouTube. If you go to YouTube, it takes some time, a couple hours to actually get it up, and once it's they have to go through some processing thing. But if you type in Travis Alexander space systems training, so systems '(S) training, it should come up.
What is it for?
Travis Alexander, and then a dash. It's like a space and a dash.
Space and just a dash?
Yeah, and then a systems training. Apostrophe on an S. I don't know if that makes a difference, but that's exactly what I titled it. And then his friend Chris Hughes gives about a 6.5-minute introduction to him, and then Travis gets up there and does a 30-minute training. And he talks a lot about what's in the introduction to his book. He talks about his grandfather, Vic.
He loves his grandparents.
Yeah.
He still loves his grandparents.
Yeah.
He loves his parents and his family, and you and I have similar beliefs, and
he's come all the way out from Arizona, so number one, we're grateful that he came, that he just made it, all right? He is a gold executive director, and like I said, he was born into this systems training right here. He grew up in the systems training. He did exactly what he's going to show you, and that took him up to the gold executive director position. He is a single gentleman, so women, he's single. And he's a gold executive director, so he's making the cash as well. Please help me welcome to the front of the room, Mr. Travis Alexander.
Notice it's only men that are howling? Thank you, appreciate it. Get a little phobic for a moment. When I first started training and things like that, you can imagine the first thing I would hear a lot of is, by the way, he's single. And I'd be like, that's right, I am. The lady's going to get me. That's been going on for 6 years. Do I got any platinum? Is that what I need to do? So at first I enjoyed it, but now it's just depressing. Yeah, he's still single. He's still hanging on. So, I was at a friend's wedding a few weeks ago, and he's one of those guys I was certain I was going to beat him to the altar. And nope. And so I'm there, and I'm shaking his hand. I'm so happy for you. And I'm like, she's beautiful. All that jazz. And it's the only time that I've ever re-gifted something. And it was books on marriage. I'm like, I ain't gonna get these things. Once they're starting to turn yellow on the pages, you just need to get rid of them. And I'm a huge Neil Diamond fan, and so I'm not walking in my car and depressed, and I get in my, I forgot I had a Neil Diamond CD in, and so I was like, you know what, I'm going to listen to some music to cheer myself up.
I'm a huge Neil Diamond fan. I think we have discovered the real reason that Jodi killed him. It's just like, if you play fucking Rocky Mountain High one more time in the car, I'm losing my shit, okay? Turn it off. Silence. That's what I want. I don't even want to talk. Take me home. Take me home.
So I press power and
It's like, but babe, I just got 2 tickets. He's gonna be in town. It's, you know, backstage passes, babe. And then she she grabbed the knife, stabbed him 27 times in the back. You know, to the rhythm, to the beat of fucking country roads. Yeah, motivation.
then the song's like, and it's Solitary Man.
Oh, Neil Diamond. Okay. Sorry, that isn't John Denver. Neil Diamond is Sweet Caroline, right? That's even worse.
I'm glad Arizona's flat because I was looking for a cliff to drive on. Hurts. So, anyways, whatever. Felt pretty good about coming in today, and someone as I was walking in shaking hands, they're like, "You look like a Smurf." And so,
Yeah, I know, Michelle. I got it mistaken. It happens. John Denver and Neil Diamond, for some reason in my mind, they blend into one.
way to edify, thank you. So we're going to talk about the 10 Smurf commitments tonight. So I appreciate you guys. You guys are great.
So what happened to the systems training, Travis? All I've seen you do is sort of nervously get up here and do a bit of self-deprecating stand-up about your singles life, charming these bitches in front row. I mean, you see what I mean about these fucking companies? There's no product. There's prepaid legal, it says on the screen, Prepaid Legal Services Incorporated, the system works, systems training. What training? There's nothing going on. What's all that shit on the table up there? Their Business of the Year awards. Some other bullshit.
Like Mr. Chapin said, this is where I started. I started here once upon a time. My sponsor was Mr. Chris Hughes, of all things. Lucky me. You know, prepaid legal is such that it's not necessary to have a good sponsor, especially with systems like we have now, this training. But I ain't gonna turn Chris Hughes away. You know? Yeah, I'll take that. So I'm very appreciative of him for what he's done to me, and this what we see here. All the people I'm looking at is a symbol of his leadership. So we give all the leaders here.
I was just thinking and saying, although the mute button was on, is it Chris Hughes that introduced him? And it is, isn't it? That's Chris Hughes. That's Chris. I prefer his wife. His wife's like pretty good in that interview where Chris and Sky Hughes and Travis were talking in a room at a house, and they were talking about Jodi, and suddenly Sky had this like intuition that she was on the other side of the door listening, and she started pointing at the door saying, "She's out there, she's out there." And Travis was like, "What are you talking about? She's out there. There's no one out there." And then opened the door and Jodi's right there, just wide-eyed, staring in. "Are you talking about me?" "What are you doing in here, guys?" How terrifying that would be. Anyway, that was a little bit of Travis Alexander, and There's an hour and 39-minute episode of him. I don't know. Should we watch a little bit of that? I just want to see him say something about a PowerPoint slide. Obviously, I'm not going to watch the whole thing. That'll be brutal.
If you've got a cell phone or a pager or something like that, please turn that off, or at least mute or vibrate. The information we're going to be going over, no need disrupting the group here as we go over some information. And here's what I want you to do. We've flown in one of the top executives in the country, and he's an excellent trainer in the company. He's sought out and travels all over the United States in behalf of prepaid legal and training in behalf of prepaid legal. And here's what I know is that you're going to grab some nuggets out of today. And if you don't, that's a mistake, okay? You should be able to get a nugget out of the training, every single training, and something you can take home and be able to apply in your own personal business that will help you take your business to the next level. So anyway, what I want to do is, without waiting anymore, let's go ahead and introduce our guest trainer and presenter today. This is a Gold Executive Director, which means he has helped 3 other organizations achieve the highest executive position in our company. And it also means that he has a lot of passive and residual income. All right? He's one of our top income earners.
Which is all bullshit. I mean, it's all a smokescreen. He's a gold ring earner, which means that he's brought at least 3 people in onto our executive program. And he has a lot of passive and residual income. And all these idiots in this room are going, oh, what? He gets money for nothing? Passive and residual? We like that. We want money for nothing.
Is like I said, is one of my favorite trainers in the company. He has a very, very unique way to be able to share the concepts of how to build a successful business in prepaid legal services, and that's none other from Arizona, Mr. Travis Alexander. Give him a hand.
And they're playing Thriller as he comes in. Are there any... You start to freeze as terror takes the sound before you make it, you know. Something like that. Horror looks you right between the eyes. You're paralyzed.
Well, good evening. You are a cheery bunch. I appreciate you being here. By show of hands, who was here a year ago when I spoke? Okay, so about half this part of the room. You guys were not. All right, so thank you guys for sticking around. I'm really happy to be here, and matter of fact, the conversation to get me here was about 15 seconds long. I lived in Colorado for 2 years, about 10 years ago, and I was just mentioning before the training today that out of all the places I've lived, this is by far my favorite place of all, and I truly do love it here. I love it because of the scenery. I love it because of the people. It's just a special place to be. You guys are very fortunate to live here. And when I move again, and that may be more sooner than later, it'll be back to Colorado. So I may be in your midst soon. So, but then I won't be as cool, you know, because when I'm here all the time, you guys are like, oh, it's just Travis, you know. So, Mr. Alexander when I live in Arizona, but I'm Travis here. You'll have to excuse me. I just spent all day skiing. That's why I'm burnt. I look like a bottle of Grey Poupon that was set out in the sun for a while. But if you look at Mr. David Hughes, he looks like he got set on. 98% of his body got set on fire, but it missed his forehead. So he had a beanie on, and you know. So I guess I got more burnt, but I don't look near as silly as you do. So, but a great guy, and I appreciate him taking me out. And the funny thing is, and I'll talk a little bit more about skiing later. We all have our strengths, and we certainly all have our weaknesses. And as good as let me just put it to you this way: skiing is a weakness of mine, and I came with pants that were suitable for skiing, and I thought, well, I'm leaving tomorrow. I need to pack light. I'll just wear these pants, and I'll wear them tomorrow at the airport. Well, that's not going to happen because I ripped like from here to here. There's just a gigantic hole that for half the day I'm just skiing around half naked. So, so interesting times. It's cold. So, but nonetheless, a lot of fun. And I also want to apologize. I did not go to bed last night. And I slept 2.5 hours the night before, and then the sunburn and this and that. So if I doze or go off into some different place for a little.
Hey, I thought the guy who gave the introduction said that we were going to get some fucking nuggets here, man. Where's the training? Systems training, Northern Colorado. That's where we are now. Why aren't we being trained about systems? The fuck is this?
A while, just wake me up, but I'll do my best to stick with you. I cannot believe I'm awake right now. I haven't done much sleeping lately, so.
No offense to Travis at all, but this is what Jodi saw in Vegas and was like, I've got to have him. I can't keep away. I'm throwing out everything that I've built up in my life, and I'm following him so he can tell me anecdotes about ski stories in a big yellow suit.
I'll get plenty of that tonight. So, but I appreciate you guys. There's a lot of things that you could be doing right now. How many of you, the Nuggets are in the playoffs, for example. I don't know if they're playing tonight. They're not. Okay, well, good. I guess that's good for me. And, there's Thursday night's a good night for TV, so on and so forth. But as big, I'm a Suns fan, and and as much as I like the Suns, and I like Steve Nash and Amari Stoudemire, and we have Shaquille O'Neal now and all that good stuff. And as tempted as I may be to go watch the game rather than come to my trainings or my briefings, and it's just an interesting thing. Thousands and thousands of people will go to watch someone throw a ball in a hoop or to watch a guy run down a field as other people chase him, and we'll cheer and we'll cheer and we'll cheer. And there's people that aren't here and miss briefings and trainings because they're there cheering for those people. And there's nothing wrong with that. I enjoy the sport just as much as anybody. But are those people cheering for us? Is Carmelo Anthony cheering for you to go get an exposure? No. Is Allen Iverson just stoked out of his mind every time you get a new recruit? Absolutely not. You got to give them some credit because they've achieved success. They certainly financially they're doing just fine, and so good for them. But however, we are in the process still, and so I guess I tell you that because you made a decision to be committed to that. And just like anyone that's succeeded in anything in life, no one's story. You'll never read a book. You'll never or hear the success story from any type of stage where an individual goes, well, my journey began and I kind of did a few things here and there, and I showed up to a few things here and there, and I read a couple books, but usually I didn't finish, and I got a lot of rejection, and most of the time I quit, and then I became independently wealthy and a millionaire, and life's great. Okay, you never hear that. What you hear is, I struggled, I worked hard, and I fell on my face. There was times when I didn't want to do it anymore. There's times when I just wanted to quit. There's times when I questioned my own abilities. There's times when people in my life really put the pressure on and told me I was wasting my time. The dream stealers. And all the successful people in the world, they fought through those things.
You see, all of those things that he just read out there, I thought about quitting. I told myself I wasn't good enough. I listened to all those dream stealers who were trying to tell me that this is a shit idea and sounds like a dodgy company. He's practiced that from the manual of things to say because they're all, designed to be that everyone listening to him in this room can go, oh, that's just like me. I was thinking about quitting, and people have been telling me that this sounds like a dodgy, shady fucking company and that I'm crazy to get involved. But they're dream stealers, man. They want to steal my dreams. Does anyone know who Michael Silver is? Operating out of Las Vegas, or at least he was. I think we're going to have to do a special episode on Michael Silver. Because that guy's a wizard. And I believe it is a crime. He did quite a bit of jail time for that. But I have to look into it. It's been years. He's one of these guys that goes and gives seminars in Vegas, how to get rich, right? And he'll run on stage and he'll go, okay, if you want $1 million today, stand up! Just connects with something in people to make them follow him and buy his book. Buy his book, How to Make $1 Million in Your First Month, or whatever it is, right? But it's a fucking art form. And with stuff like that, people will say, oh, he's a greedy con man. He's tricking people out of their money. Here's the thing. His act wouldn't work on anyone honest. Right? The only people that are following him are the people that want to be the shady. So is he doing a bad thing? Maybe. But, he's still really good at it. And it's amazing to watch. If you want $1 million, stand up! It's just like... And they all get up, it's crazy. Well, special episode coming soon to our memberships. Michael Silver.
And here we are, and I don't know most of you, but we're on the journey. And we're all at various levels of success in life. Some of us are very happy with where we're at. Some of us are very dissatisfied. But we're all on the journey. And
yeah, we're all on the journey. Just like me. I was just like you, and then I got rich quick and bought a yellow suit and went skiing in northern Colorado. Yeah!
I want to let you know that in and of itself is something to take honor in. Because most people choose not to take the journey. Most people will sit and blame President Bush for the reason why their life is...
Wow, that takes us back, doesn't it? Fucking President Bush. Jeez. So he died when it was still President Bush. Wow.
Mediocre. They'll blame Dick Cheney or Condoleezza Rice for the reason why they don't have a big fat paycheck, why they have too much month at the end of the money. And I'll just, Barack Obama, and I'm not going to get political, and I'm not endorsing any candidates. I've never once, and I always mean to do this, I've never got on a stage and haven't talked about politics or religion, two things that are very taboo. But I'm talking, last time I was here, it was religion, and this time it's going to be politics. But Barack Obama, I don't know how he'll be as a president. I don't know much about him. But I will tell you this, what I do know about him is he's an amazing marketer. Yeah. All I have to say is this. What's his slogan? Change we can count on. Doesn't that just feel good? Change we can count on. And so he'll go, and there'll be a bunch of people at a rah-rah for Barack Obama. Again, I don't know the man. I'm not saying he's great. I'm not saying he's evil. I don't know him. And he'll get up there, and he'll talk about change we can count on. And then people will clap, and they'll cheer, and they'll throw the signs up, Barack for president, Barack 08, whatever, because they're sitting there, and he's saying, bless his heart, elect me, and things are going to change. And people are sitting there and going, you know, Barack's going to make some changes, and my life's going to be better. Go Barack. Well, you know, that sounds great. You want to know why? Because we don't have to do anything. Vote for the guy. That's all they tell you. Just vote for me. I'll fix everything. You know what? You know what George Bush talked about when he got elected? Change. You know what Bill Clinton talked about?
Cindy, it was April 24th, 2008. This was filmed, apparently. You see it right there. Travis Alexander's last speech, April 24th, 2008, at the Fort Collins PP, Prepaid Legal U.
When he got elected, change. The senior Bush, change. Reagan, change. Carter, change. And so on and so forth. Change, change, change. And for some people, things have changed. Yeah. And for some people, nothing has changed. But you know what the variable was? It wasn't who was the president of the United States. It was them. Jim Rohn, I'm sure many other people said it too, but Jim Rohn is the first person I heard say it. For things to change, you have to change. That's right. You have to change, not Barack Obama. If you want change you can count on, the only person you can count on is the man or woman in the mirror. And whatever Barack Obama does is good for Barack Obama. And you can blame President Bush for getting laid off. You know, people that work really, really hard, the people that just make themselves, there's people that, regardless of the economy, will always have a job. Because they always go the extra mile. Have you ever heard the phrase, there's no traffic jam on the extra mile?
Ooh, I like that.
Most people won't do more. Your ability to have success in life is determined by your ability to separate yourself from the masses.
That's right.
There's no traffic jam on the extra mile. We want you all to work for us for free because there's no traffic jam on the extra mile.
And the more success you'll have will be determined by how much you separate yourself from the masses. The more you separate yourself, the more success you'll have.
Yeah, don't listen to those dream stealers telling you this is a shady business model. Don't listen to the separate yourself from the masses.
And so when we sit here in the masses and just root for some guy, just like we root for the Denver Nuggets, like it really matters if they win. It doesn't. You know what? I'd root for the Suns a whole lot more if they won the NBA championship, I got one of my mortgage bills paid. But you know, after it's all said and done, you know, I've got a fistful of chips and guacamole, and I'm high-fiving my buddies. And then I wake up the next morning.
Maybe we'll do the full Travis Alexander video another day, but we really should get back to Jodi. It's very interesting, though. We'll feature this in our MLM series. Yeah, I like that.
he's okay now.
I know, and I know that he's okay, and I know he's in a good place, and I know that that doesn't make it any better here for anybody.
But there's always that but. I think he's waiting for you to give relief to other people who are still here with us. And you know you have to. You can't leave it unfinished. It's the last piece of this puzzle. And it is completely up to you, Jodi. Like I told you yesterday, I have details on how things happen. There's ways to figure out. But the biggest question that everybody always asks is why. It's the biggest question of our life.
It is.
Why are we here? Why do we suffer? Why do we go through the things that we do?
Why do we hurt each other?
And the biggest reason I've ever found is for us to have happiness. We're here to have
I think you're right.
happiness. In whatever situation that we have. No matter where we're at, who we are, and what our situation is, we can at least try to be happy. Do you want to talk about what happened that day? I've got the images in my head and I can explain whatever it is you want about what I saw when I went there. What I can't do is I can't show you pictures. What time did you get there that day? The pictures that I have, the first ones, show you there at about 1:45 or so. Was it soon before that, or had you been there for a while already? I know his roommates are off at work during that time and don't come home till about 6:30, 7 o'clock. They don't even talk to him, really. It just seems like they just kind of rent rooms and they don't really socialize. And they kind of stick to themselves, especially his new roommate.
Who was that?
Did you know his new roommate?
I knew Zach was there.
Zach and Enrique was the other one.
I think I saw Enrique at his funeral services, or I mean his memorial services, but I didn't meet him, or I didn't know him.
It's a Mexican guy. He's
Kind of short.
quiet, kind of reserved.
His other roommates, I knew Dustin, who was, I think, in the room that shared Travis's wall, yeah, and John Hepworth was in that other corner room.
There was only Zach and Enrique there.
Yeah, he had moved out.
And those guys, we have all of their things as well, so I mean they're asking too. Zach is going through so much right now. He's like, how could we have not known that he was there for days? He racks his brain. He calls me 2-3 times a week. You know, just goes over and over in his mind. He has no idea. And he was the one who first went into the room and found him.
He's the one. I've heard so many rumors about how that happened.
Yeah. Other friends came over looking for him, and they went into the room. There's a few of them. They came out, and you know what? They'll never be the same. When you see something like that, it's difficult, especially when it's somebody you know, somebody you love. I deal with it all the time, so it doesn't bother me as much.
You must have to remain detached quite a bit.
You know who I usually get attached to is the people I'm talking to. To you. You're the one I'm going to remember. I remember him, but I didn't know him. I will remember you. I mean, we've talked so much since that day. Over the phone and here and...
He showed her a few of herself. I don't think she's seen any of the, of the crime scene.
I'll probably talk to you some more later when we get back to Arizona. Whenever you go, I don't know.
Gargoyle pose, yeah.
I know.
I don't think I can avoid it though.
Everybody's hurting already. There's nothing else you can say or do that could help that except for maybe an explanation of why it happened and how it happened. It's not my job to have an opinion of you and your personality and your character. It's my job to sit here and talk to you and get the facts of the incident and present those to the court and whoever else needs to know. You want to try to open up and talk about what happened that day? Because I'm ready.
I do, but I don't think I'm ready. I mean, there's not much to say. I just don't.
You want to start and we can stop at any time you want. Fill in some details. This is what I do to assure that you're not just saying you did something just to cop out. Because there are certain details that only I know and the person who did this knows. Nobody else does. And I use this information to confirm what I suspected. So if you can just start and give me some details as confirmation, then that'll be fine. And if you want, we can continue at another time.
He just really wants to.
Well, then let's start. Because I know that part that really wants to is that part inside of you that is telling you to do what's right.
She's not done the ninja story yet. She's still building up to that.
We don't have to go over details, all the details. Why did you go there that day?
No, Acapellas, her reason for not telling the ninja story was because she said that the ninjas took her driver's license and memorized her address, and they said, if you ever, she does this, when she's recounting it. Talk about this, then the same thing's going to happen to one of your family. So she didn't want to tell the police to protect her family because she's a family protector.
Jodi, why did you show up that morning? I have questions too. Were you going to try to convince him not to go to Mexico? Were you going to
Oh, no.
try to convince him to go on a trip with you, or?
No, he would never not go to Mexico. I would never want him to not go. He was gonna see Chief.
Yeah, you wouldn't want him to not go. You wanted him to go with you. You know. Let's not pretend it's not an issue. He was taking Mimi Hall. You know. And you were thinking about how you would feel working at Margaritaville or Casa Ramos while Travis is down in Acapulco or Cancun with Mimi Hall, having margaritas and 50-cent Coronas, ice cold with a little lime wedge in the top.
Janine said it's on the list of 1,000 places.
That's one of the things I want to do in my lifetime.
Yeah, it's an important part of our history, both in the church and I guess our heritage too.
That's where my people come from.
Yeah.
So why were you there that day? Please tell me. Did you just miss him? Did he call you? Did he miss you? What was it? The only other explanation I can think of is that you went there for one purpose, and that's to hurt him. And if that's the case, if that's the truth, then that's what you need to say. If you want me to call and tell his family that you're sorry and that you apologize for what happened, I can do that. Whatever you want. This is your time right now. I flew up here for a lot of different reasons, and one of them, the main reason, was to sit down with you here and talk to you about what happened. I did it yesterday. And now I'm here today. But the time is limited.
There's so many things that I want to say.
Start with one. Start with the beginning. Was it a last minute change from your trip to come down, down to Arizona? I bet you were going through your head. Should I just go, or should I just keep going to Utah? It's only an additional 300 miles from where you were, so. Jodi, your time's running out. I'm not going to be able to talk to you anymore. And I want to.
I mean, it looks very tacky. It looks like the Blackpool of Mexico. Right, Patricia?
Once you get into the system, I'm not going to be able to talk to you anymore. You leave so many questions unanswered for me, and for his family, and for your family. You were there that day, weren't you?
We haven't even got that far yet. You were there that day, weren't you?
Were you guys alone? Can you answer that for me? Were you guys alone?
Ninja coffees. Thank you so much, Amy, for the ninja coffees. Yeah, if anyone wants to support the channel, it's a great day to do it. Tuesdays always are, or Mondays. Mondays and Tuesdays work for me. Monday, moving into Tuesday, is the best. We do have a link in the description for buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. Thanks so much, everybody, and Amy especially.
There's so much, and I just want
Answer that for me. Should I be looking for somebody else? Is there anybody else with you besides you and Travis? Are you protecting somebody else?
I think it's coming. I think it's coming.
Jodi.
I'm sorry, I just don't know what to do. I'm trying to just figure it
I'm right here. I'm right in front of you. This is what you need to focus on right now.
out. I'm just trying to think here.
You had Rachel call me for a reason. And that's why I came back here.
I had her call you about those photos. But I also thought that because you communicate with his family more regularly, I don't think she's talked to me. I just don't know what to say. They deserve to have some kind of peace.
Well, you want me to ask you a question that they've been asking me? Maybe you can answer it? Same question I've been asking you. Was there somebody else with you? That's the #1 question that his whole family has been asking. What do I tell them? What do you want me to say to them? Because the only answer I can give them is, I don't have any evidence to show there was anybody else there. Well, that's another way of saying, I don't know for sure. That's absolutely true. I don't know if somebody else was there with you. Please give me that at least. For them. You know, if there was, you don't have to say a name.
Hey, thanks so much, Christina, for the Mayo Copa coffee. Is that for the menu? Mayo Copa. Or am I misinterpreting that? Isn't that a Catholic thing? Or do they have it in court?
It's a simple yes or no. Yes or no, Jodi? Look at me. Please. They want to know. Was somebody else there with you?
I'm just trying to think.
You keep fighting it.
What happened to me today and from here on out, if I just told.
Ah, David. David says, mia colpacino. Both court and Catholics, both. Very, very good. Very good. And thank you, Alison, also.
Every single detail that I know. And I gave you a confession.
Nothing else changes. It just...
What a moment, huh? Let's see that fucking again. What if I told you everything I know and I gave you a confession?
If somebody else was there with you. Please give me that at least. For them. You know, if there was, you don't have to say a name. It's a simple yes or no.
I know, Latin's great, isn't it? The way it connects with modern language. Culpa, mea culpa, culpability, sin. It's all part of the same puzzle. The only thing I ever remember is sempre ubi sub ubi.
Yes or no, Jodi? Look at me. Please. They want to know. Was somebody else there with you?
I'm just trying to think.
You keep fighting it.
happened to me today and from here on out, if I just told you every single detail that I know, and I gave you a confession.
Nothing else changes.
It's a Latin pun, Alison. Sempre ubi sub ubi. Always where under where.
It just speeds up the process.
In what way? Do I go to Arizona faster?
The process in Arizona speeds up.
So if I maintain my innocence, then I stay here longer, just in the system?
No, you don't really stay here longer. That speeds up the process in Arizona.
Like the trial and all that jazz?
Do you want to put your family through a trial? That's another question you have to ask.
Yes. No offense, but if the sentence is default life in prison, we're going to trial. You know? I find it amazing that some people don't get why people do it. It's like, the reason is that there's a chance, right? If you say, hey, it was me, and give me my sentence, there is no chance, right? You might be able to get away. There's so many things that could go wrong. And yeah, it doesn't happen very often, but it happens, right?
Ask yourself.
No. Can I do it all without a trial, or does there have to be a trial?
It's something that you can discuss with the prosecutor.
Oh.
And I'm on the phone with him pretty much every day, giving him updates.
What's his name?
His name is Juan Martinez. And he is the #1 prosecutor in Phoenix. Well, at least in my book he is.
Is Phoenix part of Marco?
Yes.
I wonder if I should just get a lawyer first.
That's completely up to you.
Yes. Get a lawyer. Obviously. But she doesn't, and that's a mistake.
I know that you can't stay here forever and you need to go back. If I get one, will you be able to still talk to me afterward, or does everything stop, or what?
I'll tell you exactly what a lawyer's going to tell you to do. He's going to say, nope,
No fun what?
no more contact. She had her chance. You had your chance to talk to her. It's over.
Well, I mean, I just would want his advice, and it doesn't necessarily mean that that I'm going to take his advice, nor does it mean that,
That's completely up to you.
sitting
Jodi.
in a cell somewhere not saying anything is going to help.
I can't advise you either way. But what I can advise you on is the truth. The details of the case.
For me, when he just said, I'll tell you exactly what a lawyer's going to say, he's going to say, nope, no more talking to Detective Flores. That was across the line, I think. That is advice. He really just shouldn't have said that.
What you have in your head that you can give me will allow me to verify the information that I have to make sure that I'm looking at the right person, and to verify my theory that nobody else was there with you. It's like I said yesterday.
Not malicious. I wonder how Sarah Boone's getting on, huh? Not well, I guess. I don't think she has the... I don't think she's going to thrive as well as Jodi does in prison, you know?
There is no doubt in my mind what happened there that day. A couple of details that I don't have. How it started and why it started. And like I said before, if you can provide me just a few, I can at least relay to the family. That would be fine with me. If you don't want to give all the details, we don't have to go through all the details. But let's at least start. Let's start right here, right now. If there's a question that I ask you that you feel like you don't want to answer, you can say, no, I don't want to answer that right now.
Okay, just hold on a second.
Do you want to move forward or no?
Yes, I do.
You do?
I do, but
Well, let's do it.
I just,
I'm here.
I know, I'm not trying to stall, I'm not trying to waste your time.
I know you're not trying to stall.
It's,
I know it's difficult for you.
She is trying to stall.
Difficult for anybody
That's
sitting
exactly
in
what
their shoes
she's
right
doing.
now. You decide. I don't want to push you. It's your own free will. That's one thing that we have is our own free will.
it's all really blurry. It really is blurry.
Yeah, I know it's a really bad look, that thing people do, isn't it? Where they write a letter and when you're reading it, it's like, put the thesaurus down, okay? Stop with this flamboyant language, this archaic flamboyant language.
What went through your mind after it happened? A lot of fear? What did you think when you were driving away?
Scared. Was I gonna leave?
I can't imagine what you were going through waiting for it to finally come out.
Waiting for what to come out?
The news that he was no longer with us. He must have been going through hell. Every day that went by, what were you thinking?
I was scared.
What was that?
I was scared. I'm sorry.
It's okay. And you just went on with your day like nothing had happened.
I had to.
You had to. Did you tell anybody what had happened? It must have been hard.
It's all a blur. Can I please see those photos?
As soon as I get back. The detectives went to Reading to go pick up the rental car that you had that day. And they took the photos.
Oh. There's probably something in the rental car.
Like what?
Maybe blood.
In the trunk. In the back seat. That's what we're gonna look for, so.
I was just thinking maybe the handles, lock, steering wheel, something like that. Things that get touched.
Is that what was going through your head when you left? What did I leave behind? What did I touch?
No.
What was going through your head when you left his neighborhood there?
Just had to run. A little bit of a survival instinct, but it was mostly just
Run.
fear.
Were you worried that his roommates were gonna get home soon?
I was home.
Did you even think about that? That's the first thing that I was thinking about is when she left here. She barely missed his roommates. Or maybe his roommates had gotten home and just didn't hear her.
Hey, thanks so much, Cindy J, for the super chat. Nice one.
Did they hear anybody at all in the house?
No. They saw things which were unusual.
Like what?
They saw his CTR ring and his watch on the kitchen counter, and they thought that was odd. He never leaves town without those.
No, he always leaves those there, but unless he's leaving, then he takes those things and puts them on.
There were clues here and there, but they just went on with their day like nothing had happened, without even asking questions. They knew that he was going on a trip, but they didn't know what day. That's
He
what
was
took
supposed to leave on Tuesday.
on Tuesday, that following week.
That's right.
And they found him on Monday. But all those little things that they talked about now, Zach is killing himself. He's like, I don't know how I did not see this. Why didn't I just go check on him? didn't I just follow my instinct and go look?
Travis didn't always bond with his roommates. He did with some. He bonded with Aaron, even though he had an intolerance for Aaron's lifestyle. He bonded pretty well with his friend Josh Ward, who lives back in Southern California now.
He wasn't too close with Zach or Enrique.
No, or his previous roommates. I don't know anything
They seem
about.
to have been just people who rent rooms out from them there. They don't become friends.
Yeah, they were just
They have their
so-
own lifestyles and they go on.
Yeah, his rules were, LDS standards and pay your rent on time. And be clean.
What time did you leave there that day?
Uh,
You don't remember? Just trying to drive and get as much distance as you could. How long were you in the house after it happened? I know you tried to clean yourself up and clean up what you could.
wasn't.
It didn't take too long, but you did. Why did you throw the camera in the washing machine? We found blood in the downstairs bathroom where somebody had tried to wash their hands. There's blood on the outside of the washing machine. There's little things that give us clues to what you were doing afterwards. Do you remember those things?
No.
You remember some. What was your intention in going there that day? What was the purpose of the visit? The same as before?
I'm just starting to remember. I'm just trying to remember that week. That whole week. And the week prior had a lot to do with it. The weekend of Friday night prior, I think.
Did you have plans on going down there? Or I know you said he had called and wanted you to come down. At what point did you decide, okay, I'm going?
He always was like, I don't want to say meddling, but he was always like more concerned than I felt he needed to be about my finances. And he's like, well, how can you make a road trip when you're this, that, and that, you know?
Well, he expected everyone to be like he is.
More concerned about your finances. You had no finances. You were borrowing money. He practically gave you his BMW, and you twisted his arm into paying you to clean his house so that you could be in it and try and win him back with your feminine wiles. You know, he was concerned about my finances. You didn't have any finances.
He did. He really did.
He expected that, hey, if you go on a road trip, you better be thinking about this and that. And
There were so many times where I just threw my responsibilities to the wind and went on road trips with him because I am a little irresponsible when it comes to that. It's not just because it was with him, it's because it was the traveling. And, you know.
When he leaves, he usually makes sure everything is planned out.
And that he has enough money for it.
And you just kind of take off sometimes.
Yeah, I guess.
You're a very, very free spirit.
And it's
I've known
not.
that from the beginning. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not so good.
What gives you the indication, like when you say you know that from the beginning?
I'm talking to you. I'm talking to people who know you. It's like, oh, that's just Jodi, you know.
I am real
She
spacey and just.
When you want to go do something, you just go do it, and you'll deal with the consequences later.
Yeah.
When did you decide to go visit him? At what point? Were you already on the road, or was it from here? Did you already know you were going to go visit him when you left here? I've done that before. Sometimes I just leave and, oh, you know what? I'm going to go visit this person while I'm on the way.
You know, go ahead.
Did you see any of his roommates' cars out in the driveway when you left? That part just bothers me because it was so close to the time when one of the roommates came home. And I'm thinking maybe you were still in the house when he was there.
No, no, I was in the driveway.
You were in the driveway. They would have seen the car then, right?
Yeah. My space was always right behind Travis's car, and he parked in it's a 3-car garage, and he took the middle space. And one of his
the
roommates
Prius?
Yeah, the Prius, or his BMW before that. And then there was like a smaller little space, but it was enough for a car, but it was always jammed with junk from
Yeah, I
his
saw
roommates.
that.
He was very much, he didn't save stuff, you know.
Yeah.
He had so much storage space. He was so generous when I moved there. He let me store all my stuff there because I went from a house to a room, and so I had artwork because I paint and art supplies, photos, books and books and books and books. So many books. Some aren't even mine. They belong to my friend Matt. I was renting that car yesterday because I was taking a trip to Monterey. And,
Go visit Matt.
Yeah, I was gonna drop off some books to him that I'd had for years. We dated like 8 years ago. We're still friends. So, all of his books that somehow I ended up keeping, and some were mine, some more like esoteric and spiritual kind of books that I'm probably never gonna read now because they're just so out there.
I'm sure they'll get those back to him.
And then some photos also too. Daryl, who was another guy I dated after Matt that we bought a house together. And kitchen supplies. Daryl paid for so much when he was there. He footed the bill with Costco, so I had they said that they took knives out of my car.
I don't even know who they are, you know.
They're Daryl's. I mean, they've been in storage for years just collecting
Well,
dust.
it's good to know that there he is.
Yeah, no, they were all just, one might have been mine, but like, I think they were Daryl's. And so there's those and a bunch of kitchen supplies and pictures of him and his son mostly. And we used to go to 49er games all the time, just camping trips.
So the car you'd driven there was the rental car?
Yeah.
The Ford Focus?
Oh.
That's the car they're going to go pick up, Ford Focus.
Oh, yeah.
I know they were going to rent you another car, but then something happened with that first car. Either you didn't like it or I don't know if they had a
Oh, it was
problem.
red, and I thought, because I always hear that you don't drive a red car, because I would never buy a red car. And it was fine, it was a Ford Focus too.
And you got the other car instead.
I was
the
like, do
white
you
one.
have one with a more neutral color? Because red is like, you always get pulled over and you get tickets. No, I don't know if that's true, it's just
It's
something
not
I've been
true.
told since.
It's just there's a lot of people who have red cars who like to go fast. It's a personality thing. It's not because of the car color.
I just, for me, it's a psychological thing, because it's more noticeable, and it's like, you know, a red flag or a bull kind of thing.
I know Travis doesn't lock his doors when he's home.
So I didn't want a red car because I heard they get pulled over. I mean, Is that true? I mean, I guess it is a lot. Has anyone ever done that? Like, when I hire a car, I'm not expecting to get pulled over. And I speed just as much as anybody, you know. I mean, you're going to take it back and say, give me another car? That just seems a bit much. Unless you were, you know, planning a murder. Yes, there. Michelle's got the coffee link. I know everybody's been thinking, hey, you know what? Maybe we should make some coffee. We didn't have any yesterday. But now, I don't know, if I have coffee now, then there'll be no sleep at all. It's probably we'll hold off till tomorrow. But if you want to buy us a coffee to support the channel and take this seriously, you can. It's there, right there.
Was the door open when you got there, or did you have to go through the garage, or how did you get inside? Did you knock? Everybody says he just leaves his doors open when he's home. Trusts everybody.
Have you ever seen the movie The Secret?
I don't think so.
It's kind of, you familiar with the whole law of attraction kind of thing? Like what you think you become or you bring into your life.
That's true.
He felt that if you lock your doors, then what are you telling the universe? What are you telling the ether out there? Is that I need to lock my door for a reason.
Yeah, I want to be safe.
Yeah, I want to be safe, which also gives the impression that, well, there's somebody that could hurt me. So, and by trusting and opening them to
He's a
yourself.
very, very trusting person. And that's what made him who he is. Most of us come from a different kind of background and have a different type of philosophy.
And Jodi, how would that line fall when you eventually told the prosecution that Travis had a gun for self-defense? If he's so into the law of attraction and putting a message out to the universe and having the universe get back to him based on that message, and he won't lock the doors of his house because he doesn't want to send the universe a message that anybody could break in. I don't know, it seems a little incongruent with you later stating that he had a gun for self-defense. You know?
Doing what I do for a living, I lock my doors.
I can imagine. Yeah, I guess me coming from Salinas, I've always locked my doors. I used to go to sleep at night and I would hear gunshots. We weren't in a bad neighborhood, but our neighborhood neighbored another neighborhood that wasn't that great, and gunshots scary. And they were, because Salinas is agricultural and there were a lot of fields, and I used to think that they were hunters in the field with their dogs catching animals or something. They were all just gangs. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to...
That's okay. I've noticed that when I've talked to you, you kind of go off sometimes.
Travis used to be like, get to the point. Get to the point. And that made me kind of mad. He had a little bit of a double standard with that, because if you ever see him train or talk, ask any of the leaders in prepaid legal, he is notorious for going too long. His friend Dave Hall in Utah cuts him off, and he got mad at him once because he went 5 minutes over, and he just talks and talks and talks. And I said, you're kind of long-winded yourself.
Well, he had a future in that. You know, that's what he wanted to do, and he was good at it.
He was
really
so
good at it.
He talks about things of more substance, though, and I just ramble.
So was the door unlocked when you got there? Or did you went through the door of the garage? I know a lot of his friends have the key code for the garage too. He doesn't keep that a secret either. I got that from several different friends.
Yeah, 0817.
Was he expecting you? Yes. Did you surprise him? I know he was always happy to see you. What you guys had was not wrong, Jodi. Going over all his stuff, he was always happy to see you.
He told me this time when, because I was in his ward boundaries, so one of my roommates went to his church, and they were doing some church activity, and Travis was getting a ride. When he said his friend Katie Barnes was in the back seat, he was in the other seat, and there were two people in the front. I guess they were all going to squeeze in and go to this church activity, and they were swinging by to pick up Amy, my roommate. And I wasn't there, I don't think. I was at work or something. But he said he wasn't doing much. He must have been on his phone or something, texting. But he said they parked and he looked up, and it was my house. He's like, "What are we doing here?" And he freaked out. I started laughing so hard when he told me that story. And they're like, "We're getting Amy. She's going with us." "Oh, okay." And he just kind of sat there, twiddled his thumbs, and then they got Amy and she left.
This is after you guys broke up.
Well, yeah, because by the time I lived in
Yeah,
that house,
that's
we
right.
weren't together. It was just, I think it just weirded him out. I don't know what reminded me of that just now. You said something.
He was happy to see you.
Yeah, I don't think he would have probably been, it would have been awkward, I think, then. Because we kept...
You guys had a different kind of relationship. You guys were happy to see each other, but for some reason he couldn't outwardly show it in public.
He
was afraid of his image, and to him his image was everything. And
he told me on several occasions it saddened him and it bothered him. He had two friends in particular that gave him a very hard time about our friendship, and that was Chris and Sky. But I think they did it out of concern for his future, his marital status. By him and I continuing that, we were both just postponing what we should be focusing on instead.
well, you're living life. Life is what you make of it. It's not set in stone.
Yeah, I don't think
It's
either
not a
of us
gen-
have our priorities in the right
I know the
place.
church has a general plan. You go if you're a guy, you go on a mission, you come back, you find a girl, and you get married, and you start having kids. And you start contributing to society and to your church.
Yeah, that's really not a bad life.
And you came into something, I don't know whether you came in with both feet or you still have one foot out, but it's a whole different society in that church. It's an all
It
or
is.
nothing.
It is, and I think that's just because the church actually
And that's what people
lives
struggle
their
with.
standards.
They have the utmost standards, and you look around, and there's not one person in that church, in those pews, who doesn't need to be there. If they were perfect, they wouldn't have to go. And sometimes I think it's a facade. I know. And Travis kept trying to live up to those standards, but he's a human being, and both of you are mortal, and you have free will, and that's that. Sometimes I think maybe he put too much pressure on himself to be perfect, or to at least portray himself to be perfect. And that's maybe why something like this happens. Things get way out of hand.
I'm not an evil person.
I know you're not.
But I've always had, and I'm not a promiscuous person.
Something attracted you guys to each other.
Yeah, and I think there was also, I knew him well. I knew him through and through. I loved him and I cared about him. And I knew we weren't going to get married, so
How did you know you weren't going to get married?
Couple of reasons.
It's like oil and water. You guys just don't mix?
We mixed really well for a time, but I think when I discovered his ways last year, it was so hard, but...
What ways are those?
he didn't seem like husband material, but it didn't mean that he wouldn't be in the future. It just meant that, something that Chris and Sky said to me back in January of 2007 really stuck, and they said, do you want to be like Deanna and wait 6 years?
Yeah.
They made jokes saying, if you wait 6 years, you can get free breast implants, because he bought her breast implants at one point. And they're like, and then he'll really do it, you know? Just all these things, and I was like, what? Why would they say these? Anyway, that one part stuck, though, and I felt that, you know, women have, not all women, you know, not Mimi and not certain other women, but most women just fall all over themselves for Travis, because he's nice, and he seems like the whole package.
I think Mimi kind of saw through everything. There's some people out there that can see through stuff.
I was,
Yeah, Mimi did see through it, didn't she? All the way.
I kind of did too. Like, I had never been pursued by a person like that. But at the same time, I'd like to say, like, Mimi saw through this, but I saw beneath that and through that. Like he wrote that thing on his blog, The Gold from Within. And I really did see, like, inside, he was an amazing person. He was a good person. He was a generous person. He gave so much, and he...
Well, maybe you chose to actually look past that first level. Somebody like Mimi looks past that first level and sees that's something I don't like already, and I'm not going to look any further. You, on the other hand...
She spends a lot of time at the temple, so I think that I've never been endowed. I've never been through the temple, but from what I understand, I think that's such a sacred place, and meditating there and being there will help to give you further insight about where just you as a person are supposed to make a move on a certain decision in your life. So maybe that just wasn't for her.
That's true.
I also was thinking, after the fact, I didn't get every chance to discuss this with him. I didn't know she was going to Cancun, but and I didn't know she didn't. She flat out told him no, but I thought.
So that's completely out of the theory that you went there to convince him to not go.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Okay, because that's the first theory that was thrown out there, was she was jealous. She knew that he was going to Cancun with this other girl, and it was just jealousy.
I never.
It's the simplest
I asked
thing.
him at one point after I moved. I was like, hey, who are you taking to Cancun, by the way? I knew it wasn't. At one point, there was a girl named Brenda who, and she wasn't romantically involved. She just in the business, and she saw me at the memorial, and she's like, now, wasn't he going to take you to Cancun? And that was like, we found out about Cancun a year prior, right about the time we broke up. And so, like, I never really assumed that I had a ticket there. And, you know, as things went on, it was just never discussed. So there was never any discussion.
That never went through your head then.
Yeah, there was never a discussion that I was going to Cancun. Not on that trip, not with him. Maybe sometime in the future, some other time with somebody else, but no. So no, that wasn't an issue.
What about the trip of him coming up to you, come visit you? Was that something that was planned, or is that something that...
Yeah, it was...
Because I wasn't even sure that was true.
No, it was postponed twice. He was gonna maybe come up and I kind of like was hoping he would come by May 24th, because I was singing the national anthem at the races, and I thought, it's part of one of my goals for this year, was one of my fears to overcome was being in front of a large crowd or public speaking.
You have anxiety with crowds?
Yeah, there were 3 fears. One was handguns, which is one of the reasons I got a gun. There was a CHP here in town that said he would take me out and go target practicing. And I went to the sporting goods store several times to see what he had, and they were all in the $500 or $600 range for the kind that I wanted. So they were too expensive, but then there was this one, it was cheap, it was like $100 and something, and I said, all right, let's do it. So I put my money down and got my little 10-day background check and all that. So, and then I got it and I was happy, you know. And the third one was skydiving, so I was going to do that sometime this year. But he wasn't able to make it up for the he was scared to tell me that too. He's like, I know you get really upset.
Was he scared?
Not scared, I'm hesitant.
He didn't want you to be upset.
He didn't want to hurt my feelings. He told me that. He was on the phone in early May, because I had known about that I was going to sing 8 weeks prior, about 8 weeks prior.
Yeah, because I had approached the guy at the state down by the Purple Plum, which is this one of the middle exits there. He works at the gas station area.
I ate there this morning.
Oh, really? It's pretty good food.
You used to work there, didn't you?
Yeah.
The Purple Plum, I forgot it was mentioned here. The Purple Plum. He ate there this morning. I wonder what he had. Plum. Something with plum.
Good people. They
It's
took
weird,
me
'cause
out
I went to
to
go eat there, and I couldn't get it out of my mind. Jodi used to work here. Constantly thinking about you. Because of this.
100% he went to the Purple Plum to get a vibe for her, right? Somehow.
It was a good place to be. I worked there twice actually when I was 18. Or no, my dad closed his restaurant when I was 16 or 17, and that's when I was a server there. And being a server in a restaurant is probably one of the best positions because you tend to make a little more money than the other positions.
Tips.
It's all contingent, but generally it works out in your favor.
You've got that kind of personality that people want to tip you.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
when he didn't come up, was there an issue with that? Did you guys talk about that?
Well, he said he put it so delicately that I couldn't be mad. I was sad, but I wasn't mad or anything. And he said, he's like, I'm just not sure. He said, there's a lot of stress going on. There's a lot of things right now, with this, and just I have stuff going on. And he's like, I've been hesitating to tell you, but it looks like I might not be able to make it up there to watch you sing. And I've been scared to tell you that. And I was like, oh, and he says it, and he taught me this technique. He says it in a way to disarm you first, to where you're just like, well, oh, no, reverse psychology sort of. So he said that, and I could tell that he really was concerned that he would hurt my feelings.
Is that when you decided to, or he decided to invite you up?
No, not at all. Because he didn't invite me up till he found out I was going on a road trip. But then he's like, definitely the first week of June. He's all probably before I go to Cancun. And so, as that week got closer, he was like, look, we had a big fight somewhere around then.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember the exact timeline, but it was in late May. And
Is that when his email was sent out? Did you send him, or
was
a large email about your relationship? And
just how I think that, yeah, because I just could tell, because I edited and I did all the editing and the grammar and spelling. He's not the greatest speller. On his first chapter of his book, and he wanted to post it on his blog. And I noticed when he posted the introduction that he's like, special thanks to Katie Barnes, and I have no jealousy toward her. She's just a great girl, and there's nothing there to worry about. In fact,
Special thanks to Katie Barnes. When you did all of the proofread, spelling and grammar, the editing, basically, chief editor, and he gives credit to, who was it? Susie Barnes. Who is this Susie Barnes?
when I was worried about Lisa Andrews and Elena Gomez, her best friend, they were all spending a lot of time together, and so I wasn't sure that she would post flirtatious things on his MySpace. And he's like, don't worry about that. And he said at one point, he's like, if you have anything to worry about, it's Katie Barnes. And so I was like, you were so spinning it to throw my focus off something, and I don't think there was ever any concern with that. I know that he liked her, but nothing more as a friend. And he said she's a little freaky and emotional and unstable sometimes, but I think she's just young. She's a nice girl. And so he said that, and I said, hey, make sure you posted a special thanks to Jodi Arias for editing. And he's like, I can't do that. And I was like, why not? And he's like, Jodi, we've discussed this. And what he meant was I made a few comments, because he was like, leave me comments on my blog and rate me 5 stars, and that kind of thing, because also it looks like people are going there. So I left a few comments, and he saw people who already said things, and he was referring to Sky Hughes, who was like, hey, I noticed a certain someone's been commenting on your blog, and I think it's because he had given her and I told him to say this too. Okay, I'll be real quick because I know this is all just, I'm just giving you background. We sat next to each other at the last convention, in a prepaid legal convention in Oklahoma City. And it's because we buy our tickets way in advance. So we bought our tickets last year. And you know, because he qualifies for executive director every month, which is one of the top levels in the company, he gets to sit on the floor close to the front as opposed to the stadium seats. So you know, I had a ticket because he bought a ticket for me at the time. So it wasn't a big deal, but we were just sitting next to each other. But she made a comment, you know, of course he has to explain.
Yeah, I had a ticket. We buy our tickets way in advance. And you know, I mean, he's an executive director, so he bought mine. He paid for me. We bought tickets. I mean, he bought tickets way in advance for Oklahoma City.
Listen, you know, we got our tickets a year ago. There's no way she's going to give up her seat for stadium seats. So he sent that ticket. He sent that text either to her friend Holly or relayed to her or someone. Anyway, I realized that she was giving him a hard time, so I said, listen, tell her next time she says anything that Jodi's dating other people and that she's moving to California soon, because it was already in the plans to move to California.
I don't understand why he couldn't just tell them that you guys were still friends. What issue is it?
I wondered that too, and he said it's because him and Sky had a lot of arguments, but it wasn't because they disliked each other. It's because they both have sort of fiery personalities.
Yeah.
She has a strict set of standards, and he's just like opinionated. So together that's kaboom. And but they nonetheless they were really best of friends, especially him and her husband, him and her husband Chris. And a lot of their fights were about me, from what I gathered. I don't know a lot of that.
Is that what that email was about? Is the whole situation?
Yeah. So we had that conversation, and I walked to work because I was, I just Purple Plum in my grandmother's house. It's being in Mesa, going to that. It's ridiculous to drive when it's less than 10 minutes to walk, and gas prices here are almost $5. A motivational speaker in Scottsdale, and we spent the day there. And when we were done, we drove to his house, but Deanna was there waiting for him for some reason to visit or something, and he was so scared that she would see him in my car that I practically had to keep the car rolling and kick him as I drove by his house. And he's like, don't even put it in park, just roll up real quick. And he jumped out and shut the door, and he's like, no, go, go, go. So I was like, okay, and I just kind of laughed at that. That was August 18th.
So I see the type of relationship. I mean, it's exactly what I thought it was.
Well, his thing with Deanna was, and I don't think that he had anything physical going on with her. I don't know. I don't think so. I know that for a time there was, and then she's pretty strong in that category, I think, as far as her values and standards go.
So why this trip this time? I know you said he couldn't.
Well, it's 4 hours and a quarter in, and we still haven't gotten to the ninjas. I know that's the best thing everyone's waiting for. But of the video here, there is, what is it? There's a good amount, well actually in 9 minutes there'll be a good amount to get an episode for tomorrow, which will definitely contain the ninjas. I think that's what we should do. Let's run it for another 9 minutes.
He canceled on you even coming up here in the first part of June, right? Why did you?
See you later, Christina. Thank you for the coffee.
Is it because he couldn't go?
The Mayor cup of coffee.
Well, when his trip the second time got postponed, it was probably last week of May that it was kind of obvious that he wasn't going to come then. But he said, "Listen, after Cancun, I have like 2 weeks that I have nothing going on before I go to DC." And he's like, "I think that's the best time." He's like, "I'm going to see if it works out for my friends up north," which would have been Chad Perkins, his friend, and now his wife. "And we can do it all then." And I said, "All right," but at that time I was like, whatever. We'll see. I might just not see you till I go back to Utah. Everyone convenes it. and youth there, which everyone's going to do at the end of the month.
So did he know you were coming the first part of June?
I wasn't even, like, I had been talking with Ryan at this point, and obviously there's a distance there, and that was difficult, and he really wanted to spend time with me, and I really wanted to spend time with him, and it just seemed like he had made a few comments, when am I going to come out there? And, I was like, as soon as you want, but I didn't think he was serious. And
Was this Ryan you're talking about?
Ryan Burns.
Yeah.
So finally, things began to work out at Casa Ramos with my schedule, which is the Mexican restaurant, and I have a 3-day weekend there. So I thought I'll take this opportunity and go see Ryan, and that was my intention.
What happened when you left? Why did you go the other way? That's my question, is why go to see Travis if you're going to see Ryan as well?
And, Detective Flores is under no, he's under no illusion that she went there with the express, he believes that she went there with the expressed intent to the premeditation. He already know, he doesn't know about the gas cans yet, but he does know that the .25 auto gun was stolen from her grandparents' house, and that was the gun that was used. So he's building a picture of how far that premeditation goes. So I guess they are still building a case, really.
And did Travis know you were coming? He knew?
See you later, Michelle. We're definitely doing ninjas tomorrow. It's just been such a long interrogation. Definitely ninjas tomorrow. See what she's got to say about that.
This is hard.
It's okay. Did he know you were coming? Did you guys talk on the phone? What was the discussion about?
Gordon Hinckley mostly.
The last conversation you had?
The last long one. We talked a little bit prior to.
Did you guys talk when you were en route to Phoenix?
Yeah. Just briefly. Told him my phone was dying, which was true. I thought I left my charger in Monterey with Matt. I really honestly thought that I left my charger there, and I had been talking all day between, just on the phone. I take lots of pictures of myself, and I know it's...
I noticed.
Because I'm kind of picky about it, and I guess I take them and I'm like, delete, delete, delete. I will take like 20, I'll be like, delete, delete, delete.
Keep one.
Yeah, keep 2 or 3 or 1 or none, depending. And so I talked a little bit with John Dixon, who I was maybe going to go to San Diego. There's another place on the list there too.
That was in the same trip?
Yeah, it's a little ambitious, but I thought...
Gosh, that's like 2,800 miles.
It doesn't bother me, except I think I put like 2,400 miles in the car.
I can't stand driving 45 minutes somewhere.
Yeah, where are you flying out of?
Oregon.
Medford? Yeah, it's like just about an hour. Anyway, it's a pretty drive. So it was a little ambitious, but I like road trips, and sometimes I have a realistic view of things, unrealistic about my time, and I tend to show up a little later than expected, which is not unusual for me, but...
So he knew you were coming. He was expecting you. Now, obviously, you guys had, a little encounter, and is that when those pictures were taken? Did he even show you those pictures? It's gonna be hard, Jodi.
I feel really powerless in here. Do you know what my family is doing today? Do you know if they're good or?
I haven't talked to them today. I know they're worried about you. Everybody's just kind of in limbo right now.
Is there any?
So obviously there was nobody else at the house when you got there. His roommates were gone. Well, there was Napoleon, but
He's a person too.
yeah, I got to meet Napoleon.
He's so awesome.
But nobody else was there.
I think his roommates were there.
You think his roommates were there? Were there cars there? You would have had to have seen their cars. You parked in the driveway, right?
Yeah.
One roommate parks it in the garage and the other one parks outside.
Well, I know Zach would park on the street a lot when I lived there before. And he pulled his car into the garage whenever he would work on it.
What makes you think his roommates were there?
I asked him.
What did he say? Who was home?
He said they were there. But I don't know who. The reason I asked, because it's kind of an indication of how quiet we have to be.
What time was that? Do you remember what time you rolled in?
3 o'clock a.m. It's dark,
Wednesday morning?
I think.
Yeah, that makes sense. You're pretty sneaky. You go up there and your roommates doesn't even know that you're there.
I do that many, many, many nights.
How did they not see your car?
I don't know. I was parked.
Oh, you know what? Zach was house sitting for his girlfriend. His girlfriend was on a trip with, was on a cruise with her parents, and he was staying the night at, I think he stayed the night at,
That makes sense because I want to say that his roommate, he said his roommate was home, but I don't remember, but I think he said one roommate
one
was home.
roommate.
Yes,
Enrique, he gets up about 5:30,
and if
6
I'm
o'clock
correct,
in
then
the morning.
Enrique has the room that shares the wall with Travis's room. Which is like,
Yes,
and you know, it's a KB home. Travis always says the walls are really, really thin.
yes. They skimp on that part. Yeah, so Enrique was home, so you went in about 2 or 3 in the morning. But he gets up about 6, and no, he leaves the house about 6 in the morning. And he didn't notice anything different. Did you guys spend the whole day together then? That following day? Did you guys go anywhere? Just stayed in the house?
Slept.
Well, after a long trip, I'd sleep too.
Travis stayed up all night waiting. He was watching something on YouTube. Some stupid video. He's like, you gotta see this. And I'm watching it, I'm like, this is so boring. I was like, what? I was like, what's the point of that? And he's like, just stupid, pointless stuff. I'm like, okay. I guess everyone's gotta have their time to binge out. Being so driven and deep as he is, portrays himself to be, it's just funny that he watches stuff like that. It wasn't anything profane or bad or vulgar. It's just like people like dancing, but they had like boxes of foil on their head, and it was just like weird, like robotic kind of music.
The pictures that I showed you of you laying on a bed and stuff.
It was Daft Punk Harder, better, faster, stronger.
Is that when those were taken that day?
Yeah, we also made a video. We deleted it
Video on
on his camera.
on that camera.
Did you get it?
Videos are hard to get once they're erased. They take up so much room.
Yeah.
And whereas pictures are a little different. What happened after that? What went wrong? I know that the last photos of him were taken about 5:20, 5:30. And you said he doesn't like you to take pictures of him and stuff.
He was very private about the shower. Like we.
Is that why you were taking pictures of him in the shower?
No. No.
Trying to get back at him.
No.
I'm surprised he allowed you to take pictures of him in the shower. The first few looked like he wasn't too comfortable, but obviously whatever you were saying to him made him a little more comfortable.
I remember all that pretty clearly.
You remember that?
Okay, we should stop, and then we've got a clear show for tomorrow to bring us all the way to the end with the ninja story. That's what we'll do, okay? Many thanks, guys, and thank you for chatting, thank you for coming, thank you for supporting, moderating, and have a safe drive home. We'll be back tomorrow. Let's do an earlier show. Let's try for somewhere between 7 and 8 o'clock Eastern, right? That's what we'll do, okay? Awesome. Good night, all.